5:30 on April 22nd, 2026. I'll call this meeting of the Morton County Planning and Zoning Commission to order. And we will start off with the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Whoops. I'm sorry, Jesse.
All right, roll call. Buckley.
Here.
Braun. Here. Berger. Here. Rohr.
Here.
Tomac.
Here.
Wald.
Here.
Zachmeyer.
Yes.
L.
Yes.
Everyone is here. Okay, approval of tonight's agenda. Are there any comments?
I'll move to approve the agenda for April 22nd.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Agenda is approved. And approval of the minutes from March 25th.
Mr. Chairman, we noticed a issue in the minutes, very small, just under notes for data center, Doug Hilly, Morton County resident. At the end of that bullet, it should say, comma, which it does, and needs improvement.
So very well written
And needs improvement.
Thanks, Doug. All right, is there an approval as amended?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Minutes are approved. Item number 1, Natalie.
Our first item is the White Oak Ranch subdivision. This is in the south half of Section 11, Township 139 North, Range 83 West. The applicants are Jason Frank and Patrick Koski. This is located north of 139A, about 1.25 miles west of Crown Butte Lake. They are looking to divide these 48.46 acres into 2 residential parcels, so they're quite large. It's a short form subdivision because there's only 2 lots. There is an existing residence and outbuildings on proposed lot 2. So this has residence and outbuildings. This is unimproved on lot 1. The existing structures have Missouri West Water and electrical service. In terms of our standard for residential subdivisions in areas of the county that are designated to remain agricultural, we have our limit of 4 buildable lots per quarter. This is kind of tricky because it overshoots the quarter, but this is a tree row and the buildings are in that quarter. So if we count that this lot would count in the southeast quarter, then we're not exceeding our threshold for 4 buildable lots per quarter. So with that, staff does recommend approval, and I can take any questions.
Any questions for Natalie?
Now, Mr. Chairman, that house is a duplex. There's actually 2, it's not 2 dwellings, but two different
Units.
families can live there.
Okay. I guess what I would say is if it was existing, I mean, it's been existing.
Yes, yes.
There's no difference between ag versus residential in terms of, I mean, we would probably designate that as multifamily, but since it's been there for so long and we haven't had trouble with it in terms of the
So-
issue being brought to our attention.
So it doesn't count as another dwelling? That's my question, I guess, because there's 2.
So we now, as of, I'm trying to remember when we changed this, I think it was 2024, we changed it so that every conforming lot in Morton County has the ability to have an accessory dwelling by right, assuming you're not in the flood zone or some other hazardous area. So I guess I would just count that as their accessory dwelling.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just wondering.
Yeah, no, thank you for bringing that to my attention because I was not aware of that either.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I do have 2 questions. So, Natalie, we heard hearing on this exact same property, and it was supposed to be for a wedding venue.
Correct.
However long ago, last summer, I think. So does this count as like a second hearing for this one?
No.
Or is it a completely brand new application?
Totally brand new application. They had, it would have been 2 hearings for it had they continued along the same path that they had intended to go originally. They are foregoing that project. It's not going to be a wedding event venue. And so they hadn't continued and followed through on that application. This is a brand new application just for a short form subdivision for 2 residential lots.
Okay.
For anybody? Like any of us speaking? And are you getting it from one person or multiple? Okay. Well, let's pause then.
Yeah.
It's never happened before.
No,
Well, they were having problems with the sound
were.
last time we were here.
yep.
You supposedly had somebody come and work on it. Mountain Dew is God's eating.
Technology, my wife went to the doctor today, and yeah, took a screw out that damn software system to get us to
Drink that.
kick in and update. I was sat there for 15 minutes before the damn system updated, you know?
That once competed with Coca-Cola.
Great when it works.
What's that?
That once competed with Coca-Cola.
It doesn't work.
Well, in some cases, they turn
I don't feel better since I drank that Dew.
it's kind of like driving a car without wheels, you know? Don't worry.
Okay, now, are you on the phone with them, Lacey? Well, I just want to find out if people can hear, like when I flip it to the meeting, online meeting. Anybody who's online, if you can hear now, maybe send us a chat. Oh, hold on, don't.
They probably don't know they can't hear us talking. Right.
Well, I think they could.
So,
Yeah, but they can't talk.
Right, we can't get this next one unless we see. I'm with you. She's right.
Technology is great when it works.
Lacey, do you know if it's automatically going to reconnect everybody?
No, it would have shown the meeting ended.
Yep, no, it won't, it won't automatically, no.
First break of the night.
Time to go to the bathroom?
Should we test it?
Hey, Belinda, if you're online, can you tell me if you can hear me? Can you put it in the chat?
Or anybody?
Or anybody who's online, if you can hear audio in the room, can you put it in the chat? Probably not. I guess I would suggest, she said there were issues last meeting. I mean, I can't fix it.
Who can?
This conference will now be recorded.
How many people were online?
Quite a few.
Quite a few. You were online last time,
I was.
Jesse.
Could you hear me?
Yes, it wasn't last time, it was the time before.
Or I'm saying, she said it was some previous time.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
I would usually blame cables.
So we flipped through the different microphone options.
Ask myself that all the time. WWE.
Oh, we can hear them.
Right.
I can hear somebody now.
Who would know how to fix this? Can you call them? It's kind of tough when you advertise these.
It's somebody it's a
Well, the
company
thing
that
about
comes,
it, you can't sit around for 2 hours, but things can't be fixed, do you?
it's a company that comes in and works on it.
How come media access doesn't come to these like it comes to the...
Because
Basically sent this.
we have to go over there if we're gonna do it.
Oh, I see. Just in that one.
Okay, we're gonna test again. If anybody can hear audio in the room, could you put it in the chat?
Prior to my time on the commission, the city asked the county if they would come over there and do it. And the county commission said no. because
So, I don't know if one of us
Now we have this position.
Now we're-
calls in, can we use a cell phone that can pick up?
So I'm wondering if they can hear each other.
Can you, Lacey, can you type in there and ask them if people unmute and talk to each other, can we hear each other?
Looks like Melinda's on.
I bet it's in this room, would be my guess. Like something that's not connected. Because I mean, the platform is working. And if it was a blip, that's probably some cable, if I had to guess.
This is Don with Lure. Can you hear
Oh,
me?
yes, we can. Okay, so, but he can't hear us.
Can you hear us, Don?
And then say, can he hear?
It's a no. Definitely can't hear us.
Because he would have answered me.
Yeah.
Okay, they can hear each other.
Excuse me?
Yes, sir.
Not lately. They brought in an audio video guy to fix it, and it's supposed to be fixed.
I think what I would say, I mean, because there's no way that we can all call in and be online.
No, but we could call in on a cell phone and put it by a speaker.
Mm-hmm.
Like I can put my cell phone by a speaker
Sure.
and see if it's audible. It's not going to be as
The only thing is I'm worried we're going to get feedback
we'll
with
get
the
feedback.
AV in the room.
For sure, yeah. If it's, I mean, depending where it's placed.
Heard you, then it went away.
Call Newbell and leave the meeting across the street.
So whatever she's doing, somebody just heard us. At least she's messing with things back there. I don't,
I don't know.
okay,
As they say in the
So-
old circus days, the show
She's
must
got
go
a
on.
recording, so we're gonna have to find out.
yeah, I know, but should I move on with item number 1? And we can circle back, I guess, after if there was somebody that wanted to speak on it. But I feel like, 1 and 2, we could at least get through while they're,
I don't think those two are gonna matter.
that's what I'm saying. Like, so at least should I get through the public hearing for number 1? Will they mess with it or give it a few minutes? Had audio for a few seconds a couple times, so it's a loose connection or something back there. True.
Mark, go fix it.
Zoom meeting, it's not too bad because you can have your audio on or your video, or you know, you can shut them off and you can have a meeting going. If you're not going to, you can sit there and drink a can of beer or talk.
Yeah.
I don't know, I can't answer.
I know when I go with the transit board, 95% of what they discuss doesn't concern me, the city. So I got my laptop down there, but I got my desktop here, so I'll have that available here and I'll watch stuff on my desktop.
Yeah. I haven't even paid attention. Do they have enough candidates now for when you're done this year? Do they have enough candidides for your
Yeah,
position this year?
there's 2 positions open, so
you and
Sean's
who?
running again.
Okay.
I'm not running, so you got Tammy Baladic running. Then there's
This conference
Or well, I guess, I don't even know if it's recording, if you can even hear it.
Wendy said she'll be here.
This
in 5 minutes.
conference
I don't know.
She got it fixed before.
will now be recorded.
So, do we give it a 5-minute break? Okay, so we're waiting on somebody to come attempt to fix it. It's going to take 5 minutes for her to get here.
There's some
I guess I propose, Natalie, I would propose we get through items 1 and 2. And if Lacey can put in the chat, anybody online that wants to comment on 1 and 2 can submit comments.
Yep.
So let's get through 1 and 2, and then we'll see where we're at.
Sounds good. Okay, so we were on duplex, and we got through duplex. That's where we were at.
you had questions.
Yeah, any other
Yes,
questions
and
for Natalie?
I have one more question.
Or sorry, we were on the SUP that they decided not to finish. Yeah.
The wedding venue that they decided not to finish, any indication as to why the wedding venue option went away?
No, it might have been too ambitious of a project. I know that they had purchased it, and then the application came through, and then it kind of sat for a little bit, and then they put the property up for sale.
Yeah,
So
it's
I
been
think
for
it just
sale for a
was
while.
a bit too much, maybe, for what they wanted to bite off.
Okay, I was just wondering.
Yep.
Other questions for Natalie? Okay, I will go ahead and open the public hearing for item number 1. If there's anybody that would like to speak, please come up to the podium. And I guess let us know if there are any comments online. Okay, second call for the hearing. Third and final call, and I will close the hearing. Wishes of the commission. Ready for motion.
I would move to recommend approval of the final plat of the short form subdivision known as White Oak Ranch subdivision and a zoning map amendment from ag to residential as the subdivision conforms to the regulations established in Article 7 of the Morton County Land Use Code and the use is adequately distanced from neighboring residential properties.
Second. Motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item number 2.
Our next item is the Tokash Timberhaven 4th subdivision. This is in the northeast quarter of Section 8, Township 137 North, Range 80 West. Applicants are Tom Tokash and multiple other applicants. The zoning currently is a mix of ag, non-conforming residential. The proposal would be to rezone to estate. So we have consolidating multiple non-conforming lots into 3 lots. Only the northernmost lot would be, that lot is 1.5 acres. The other 2 would continue to be non-conforming, which is why the proposal is to just rezone all of them to estate. And to remind people, that's essentially like ag without an entitlement to construct a residence. Typically, we use that for just simple transfer of parcel fragments. So we did go through this last time. The applicant would appreciate the ability to rezone, essentially a permission to rezone the northernmost lot to residential if, only if and when FEMA would give official permission to remove either the whole lot or a portion of the lot from the special flood hazard area, because the entire subdivision is in the special flood hazard area. So staff is recommending approval of this final plat of the long form subdivision and a rezoning from ag and residential to estate. And then staff is suggesting a second motion to recommend approval for lot 1 to be rezoned to residential only if and when the lot owner is granted official permission from FEMA to remove the entire lot or a portion of the lot from the special flood hazard area such that there's adequate room for a residential structure to be built entirely outside the special flood hazard area. And with that, I can take questions.
Any questions for Natalie?
I do have a question, Mr. Chair. So the last time that we heard this was in March, right?
Correct.
And the motions were the same, right?
Yes.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I had changed it. I had said letter of map amendment, and we weren't entirely clear whether it be LOMAR or what it was. So
Yep.
just official permission from FEMA
Okay.
to take it
Instead
out of the.
Lomar or whatever.
Yeah,
Okay.
LOMAR,
Whichever one it is.
whichever one FEMA says it is.
So in Loma would be if it was existing ground that shouldn't have been mapped, and Lomar
Right.
would be if they bring in fill.
Right. So, and I guess, exactly, it leaves it open to the applicant to pursue whichever means may be viable.
And it sounds like we have audio online now. Is that right?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe we'll have it and then maybe we'll lose it again. Who knows?
I'm told there's sound, but it's going through a commercial.
Commercial.
Maybe I sound like a commercial for FEMA.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, anyway, where were we? Any other
Good.
questions?
Yeah.
Okay, with that, I will go ahead and open the public hearing if there's anyone that would like to speak. Second call for the hearing. Third and final call, and I'll close the hearing. Wishes of the commission.
Are you ready for a motion?
No, one or the other.
Or one or the other.
One or the other.
And I guess I'll just say I'm in favor of motion number 2, allowing Tom to build up the lot and create a residential lot, if allowed by FEMA.
I agree.
Mr. Chairman, I'd recommend approval for Lot 1 to be rezoned to residential if and when the lot owner is granted official permission from FEMA to remove the entire lot or a portion of the lot from the special flood hazard area such that there is adequate room for a residential structure to be built entirely outside of the special flood hazard area.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item number 3.
And then did we get a motion also for the subdivision itself, aside from the residential rezoning?
All right, I was wrong. I said we only needed one or the other, so.
That's probably because it says possible motion too.
If they,
Yeah, so I
and
guess that one built on the other. I read it wrong.
I was shuffling paper, so if it was all together, that's okay. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to recommend approval of final plat of the long form subdivision known as Tokash Timber Haven 4th subdivision and a zoning map amendment from ag to residential to estate, as the proposed subdivision reduces the overall zoning nonconformity of the subject properties.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item number 3.
Our next item is the North Plains Connector subdivision and other applications. This is in the southwest quarter of Section 2, Township 135 North, Range 84 West. Applicant is North Plains Connector LLC. This is located about 5 miles north of Flasher. This is on a quarter section, so it's 160.61 acres. So the project itself, they will be constructing a transmission line, which we don't permit, but that line would be running from Rosebud County, Montana to this property in Morton County. And then they would have a line that runs from this property to future substation in Oliver County. So this property would be the site where they have their AC/DC converter facility. So in our code, we only allow energy conversion facilities in the industrial district with a special use permit. So they have a permit for long-form subdivision. To divide the quarter, so lot 1 would be on the north side of the quarter. That would be request to rezone to industrial for 112.97 acres. And then lot 2 would be on the south side. That would be 43.99 acres, and that would stay agricultural. So they need the special use permit and the rezoning, the subdivision, and then part of the facility is proposed to be 100 feet tall, and that is above the 50-foot maximum for industrial zoning district, so they're also requesting a height variance. So the applicants, they have a PowerPoint they're going to give, pretty succinct. The applicants have submitted a noxious weed control program that our weed officer said was well done. They have fire prevention in terms of their fire break. The plan is so that the entire site that's been improved and fenced would be a combination of hard surface and crushed rock that would be 6 inches deep, and then that would extend 3 feet beyond the fence. So all hard surfacing or rock. And I'm just going to put that up there. The applicants are going to go through their presentation, but this is just to kind of give you an idea of what the site plan would look like. Staff is recommending approval with conditions. There's 5 conditions, and I can read all those when we get to the motion part of it. Can we get in, or rebooting? Okay. Okay. So they will make their presentation as soon as the computer reboots. I guess I can point out, so they have their switch yard, their AC conversion yard, they have valve halls. So these 2 valve halls are the structures that they're asking for the height variance on. And then they have storage facilities aside those valve halls, and then they have a smaller like O&M building. So as far as water, Missouri West Water said they can provide 1 standard account, which is probably all they will need for very limited, office/operations space. Septic will not be a problem because they have acres and acres. And power, probably not a problem.
Yeah, go ahead and ask questions.
So you said Margaret Sue is aware and everything's good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, yes, I have their communication. Yeah.
That was not in our packet, so,
I think I left that one out.
okay.
Yeah,
That's
they,
fine.
I mean,
Just a question.
I reviewed, they did get a letter from, Missouri West. They got a letter from, Western Plains, got a letter from Morgan, all the pieces. There was a lot of information, and I know a lot of times we're not looking through it all, so I wanted to focus on the pieces that are more complicated. So they did have a preliminary stormwater management plan. We have a couple items in this month's agenda where the project itself is fairly complicated, and without further work, it's kind of difficult to say, get your whole stormwater plan pulled together. The county engineer reviewed the preliminary plan and said he's comfortable with the approach of reviewing that and then saying that's one of the conditions I'm suggesting, that they just need to submit a complete, full stormwater management plan prior to any site modification, significant site modification.
Well, and Natalie, this one's only a preliminary, right?
So this will have a second hearing next month.
So we would not typically even see the stormwater plan at this stage, right?
Right, but I guess the point would be we won't see it next month, like we won't see a full plan next month, because they still have work to do. I mean, this is prelim site plan. They would still have work to do as far as what they would input into a full stormwater plan. So I guess since we have time, the other two conditions, so the first condition would be complete a stormwater management plan before they can get a building permit and before they can begin grading the site.
What is it even for?
Look how old this is.
So is our mics dead again?
People can, oh, good, we can hear, okay. So, second condition, they have to execute a road use agreement that meets the approval of the county engineer. Project construction has to begin within 5 years of issuing the special use permit. Our default is 2 years for substantial start of construction. In this case, the PSC window is 4 years, and they would like to be in alignment in terms of their permitting with their other permits. So they're requesting a 5-year window to start. Staff suggests that that is reasonable. And then condition 4, prior to issuing a building permit and prior to construction, they have to submit an emergency operations plan that meets the approval of the emergency manager. And then condition 5, that all outdoor lighting must be shielded and directed toward the ground and contained within the defined site boundary. So those 5 conditions.
And then we'll have 2 motions, correct, Natalie?
Right, one for, and you could have more, but I suggest combining the subdivision, rezoning, and special use permit could be reasonable to combine those, and then the variance as a separate motion, just in case there's more discussion. Yeah.
Because I got it up here, so if you need it, I've got it right here.
So is it working now? I was told that it is,
Oh.
or was.
So if anybody's online and you can hear in the room, could you please put a note in the chat that you can hear us? If anybody is online and you can hear in the room, could you put a note in the chat?
It stopped a couple minutes ago.
The meeting?
The audio.
Oh.
Yeah. So I don't know, Natalie, we're waiting for a presentation.
We're waiting
Is
for a
that-
presentation, yeah.
So can we tell them to give it? I think we could hear them.
Oh, I mean, in the room. The presentation
Oh.
is just a PowerPoint
Okay.
on the
Well,
computer.
then let's move on with
Okay,
that.
we're gonna suspend, I guess, technical. Oh, you're in the meeting? Okay. And you made her a presenter?
Is it just
And then Denisha, I'm actually just gonna give you the mic, if you,
poor video quality? Somebody said it's poor video and no audio. I'm just saying.
just so people in the room can hear you.
I'm sure they rebooted that there. I don't know.
The machine, but not like the router.
Oh, no, I don't know.
Oh, you know what?
See, I don't think there's a router. It's
I bet you it's gonna
Or
just
they're
take a minute to.
hardwired now.
they're hardwired.
There we go.
I
We're just a
suppose.
little slow. Okay, good. They can see it.
Oh, there it goes. Okay. Good evening. Hi, my name is Denisha Cummings. I'm with the North Plains Connector Project, as Natalie mentioned. I've got a couple of colleagues with me. I'll let them introduce themselves.
Hello, I'm Molly Smith. I'm with Frederickson and Byron and Permitting Council.
Hi, I'm Mike Podbesic. I'm with Grid United and I'm HVDC Director.
Just waiting for the... So I'll just go into a little bit about the project. I might be talking ahead of our slides a bit. What we're doing is we are developing an HVDC transmission line. There are currently 2 HVDC lines in North Dakota, so you might be familiar with the technology. HVDC is designed to move large amounts of power. Our line is up to 3,000 megawatts. It's bidirectional, and that's the special thing about HVDC is you can move power in either direction, move it where it's needed and when it's needed. And this project is the first in the United States to actually connect 3 regions together. We'll be connecting the western grid with the eastern grid, but in the eastern grid we'll be connecting Western to MISO and SPP. So in Morton County, you actually have the HVDC line, and then why we're here tonight is to seek the permit for the converter station, and then from that converter station, there'll be 2 AC lines, one that goes to Center, North Dakota, to a Minnesota Power Elite station, and then we've got a portion in Morton County that will go to a Basin switchyard that is being designed to build by Basin. We're an energy agnostic line, and all that means is that we are open to all types of generation. We're kind of the shipper of power. We'll be utility owned. We have MOUs with several utilities. In North Dakota, we have MDU. And then hot off the press today, Dakota has signed an MOU as well, or intends to sign one, and said we could say that and share that. We also have Northwestern Energy. We have Elite. And then we have several West Coast utilities with MOUs for capacity as well. So what you see before you now is the route. We start in Colstrip, Montana, at an existing or a to-be-built converter station, and then, like I said, we're HVDC line here in Morton County with the 2 AC segments. Jumping ahead just a bit, I'm just going to kind of go over our timeline. This may be new to some of you. I think some of you I've seen before several times. We started this project in 2021, and we did what we call a stakeholder first project, which is a little bit different because typically you go get all your permits, then you go out, talk to landowners, communities, and say, here's our project. What we did is we met with stakeholders first. We started with landowners and communities, and we acquired options along the route. We had the goal of securing voluntary rights, not having to use eminent domain. And so once we got to about 90% of option agreements on the transmission line route, we actually filed our permits. So we are in the process of MIFSA, which is a Montana state permit. In our NEPA process, both of those permits are expected late summer. We filed our PSC certificate in late February. We expect that permit this year as well. We have all of our North Dakota conditional use permits for the T-line, and this is the final special use permit that's required locally. So a little bit about the construction timeline of the project. Like I said, we started in 2021. Typically these projects take anywhere from 10 to 15 years to get start to finish. We are almost through the regulatory process. We'll be able to do some pre-construction activities late next year. Things that you may consider as pre-construction is road improvements, maybe getting some lay-down yards ready, things like that. And then we will start active construction, could be as early as 2028, and the line is expected to be operational in 2032. And actually the longest lead item to construct is the converter station itself. There's quite a bit of complexity that goes into it, and Mike here will go over that in just a few minutes. So facility overview, this is what Natalie, the slide that she pulled up just before we got up here. So Mike, I'll probably let you cover this and kind of the layout of the site and the timeline and things like that.
Must be working.
I think the easiest way to start is from the AC side and work our way down. So we'll start from the top left corner and go to the bottom right. And so from the top right corner, we have what we're referring to as the AC switchyard, and this is what's going to facilitate the interconnection, like Denisha said, to SPP in the south with Basin Electric and to the north with Minnesota Power Elite. And so those will facilitate the transmission lines that will exit the station for power delivery or power send, depending on which way the power flow is being controlled. As we move down, we move into the more of the HVDC converter station portion. The first part will be the AC yard. This will feature pretty standard equipment that allows for the interface to that switch yard. It'll be pretty typical substation-based equipment. And as we move on, we'll get into the more nuanced pieces of HVDC where we have our converter transformers. These are similar to conventional power transformers you'd see in an AC substation. However, these are specialized for the use in the HVDC conversion process. There's several technical aspects that drive this design to differ from the traditional AC application. You'll notice sort of as you go further south, there's some cooling equipment there. That is to facilitate the cooling of the valve-based electronics in the converter valve hall, which is the large building. The valve cooling serves as a means to cool those devices as they do generate some heat. Moving further down, we have the converter valve hall itself. We refer to this as a valve hall because we have IGBTs, or transistors. These are power-based electronics that switch on and off at a very high speed to facilitate the AC to DC or DC to AC conversion process. And so these are collectively called valves. And so we call the large enclosure which holds these the valve hall. And then further down from the south, we have the DC side of the equipment. There's a very small amount of DC equipment. It's similar in application to equivalent AC equipment you find in a switchyard, and that will facilitate the connection to the DC transmission line. There's one other thing in the bottom corner there, the detention pond, and that's simply to allow the collection of water based on how the stormwater management plan will be developed and further utilized.
Oh, you're not done. Talk about the construction.
We don't have a picture.
Anyone see on the?
I don't think so. Sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I guess I feel like I feel like we probably need to make a decision about whether we're using it.
I think we need to proceed without online, and if Wendy gets it fixed, it's fixed. But let's proceed assuming we don't have. We need to move things along and be able to show things up here.
Are you able to change that?
Sorry?
So that they can
It's probably in the right there. This one.
Okay.
Try
Are you
sharing
in
again.
a meeting?
Mm-hmm.
And then,
So the top section.
sorry.
So it's window.
Oh,
There we
so
go.
there you go.
Fantastic.
And then
Yeah, I got it.
not much bigger, but a little bigger.
All right, here we go. So the converter station construction, you can think of it in a general way of a bottoms-up construction process. Like,
One sec. Wendy, can you close the chat? Wendy, are you able to close the chat? I think that, okay, I thought it made it bigger. Not really.
you can, you might be able to make it.
That's okay. There we go.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you can talk a little closer to the mic, it would help us
Sorry.
out.
Pull this up a little bit. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
The converter station construction sequence is very similar to what you'd see in a typical AC substation, or even just a matter of fact a building. It's basically a ground-up approach, and so what will happen first is you will see some of the roadways being developed for access to various equipment areas to facilitate construction. This may start out as gravel, but in this case it will ultimately be asphalt or paved surface roadway. And then they will start working on what you can see more towards the southern portion of the site, where they're carving out the earthwork to facilitate installation of foundations, and similar underground utilities will have cable raceways, etc., that will facilitate electrical equipment, signaling, things like that. Once those are done, the foundations will of course be laid. Those are concrete foundations primarily. And then once that is done, we will move on to, I'll pause 1 second for this to upload. Yeah. So in addition to the equipment foundations that are being built, we have what here represents the electrical ground grid. And this will essentially be a approximately 30 by 30 foot grid, where we'll lay copper ground cable in there, and that is to facilitate the safe grounding of the station. All equipment within the station will be effectively bonded and grounded to the station's ground grid system, and this is for safety purposes throughout the station, as well as even the converter station's fence line will be tied to this grounding to ensure that there is no risk of being at potential, where you could have a scenario where you might become exposed to energized equipment or conductors, or even during a fault condition, this will effectively ensure that that energy is dissipated into the ground grid in a safe manner. The next slide here shows more of the construction sequencing. We're now transitioning into installing the main circuit equipment. So you can see on the top there, most of the equipment has been installed, and on the bottom there's more work to be done. This will be a staged approach depending on equipment deliveries and the construction process. Some of the equipment may be installed ahead of others, so there's some variability, but this should give you a general idea of the construction flow and process where we continue to build up the site from the ground up. Here we can see that one valve hall is completely enclosed while the other is still a shell that is being constructed. We have other things like the converter transformers that will be arriving to site and being installed on their associated equipment pads, and construction, of course, on the AC side in the top right and the DC side on the left. This slide represents close to final completion or final construction and almost ready for energization. On the bottom left, you'll notice that the the converter station gravel has been applied. Again, that's a 6-inch crushed gravel to provide protection and also mitigate any sort of fire propagation, etc. for the site. And that will cover the entirety of the site that is not already covered in asphalt or hard pavement. And this last slide that's just about to come up here represents a final build out. We can see that the station is fully enclosed in the fence, the gates are up, the DC transmission line is there on the left, and we have the AC lines running up to the AC switchyard. So we can consider this representative of the final look and build out of the converter station.
So the next slides that we have are the actual visual sim for what it looks like once it's operational. We have several different viewpoints that you can see here. Some of these are just county road intersections, and some are the actual driveways of residences that are near the facility. And so all this slide is just shows all those viewpoints, and we'll click to the first one here. And so the first half of the screen, that is a picture of as it is today. The second shot shows the facility in the background there. Next slide is going to show the night view. Again, the top screen is before the converter site, the bottom screen is with it. The next screen coming up shows the top screen has the converter station, but since you can't see it, the bottom screen shows an overlay of where it's actually located. The next one here, same, the top does not have it, bottom has it, and this is about 5,400 feet away from the facility fence line. Next slide is the night screen.
Is it just frozen?
I think it's frozen.
Literally. There's snow on the ground.
Well, let's not start over.
Don't start over.
Natalie, let's not
Don't
start
start
over.
over.
No, it's good.
I'll go back there and I'll help you pull it up.
Everybody's gonna.
And then I'm just gonna bring, I'm gonna bring this. Can you actually, can you leave it?
And
Lindsay, will you leave the meeting?
We need to get this fixed, Andy. And if we need to go across the street to do it, we need to do it. Because,
We gotta get it fixed.
yes, one way or the other.
Even if that means bigger bucks. Just, this is old technology and it's starting to fail. This was state of the art when we put it in when
Back in 1965, this
No.
was state of the art.
Cody Schultz was the one that
I know.
arranged it.
He was always good too. He knew it in and out, right?
But that panel, the only one that knows how to work that panel to your right is Don.
Yeah.
I don't know how to work it.
nobody's showed us.
No, Don knows it in
It
and
still
out.
says Strinden on here.
It probably
It
does.
does. That's what it says. Strinden.
It's time to do an upgrade and get a bid.
So I don't think we're going to be able to pull up.
So the literal computer is not moving. So if it, I mean, Lacey will watch when the red, you know, when it's working, she'll do something. But yeah, it's just like the computer itself is completely frozen. So we can't even put the PowerPoint up on the computer. Oh, there we go.
I mean, it seems like this is going to keep going on, though. I don't. Let's just move on.
And there's
gonna-
be
we're
a
gonna move
second
on.
hearing. Let's just,
Yeah, this one has a second hearing.
this one
right?
has a second hearing, let's keep it moving.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's unfortunate with the presentation, but we'll have another opportunity in a month or whenever it comes back. I don't know. Wish I could fix
It's
it.
gonna work then either though.
So, coming back to why we're here, so we were talking about the special use permit, so that's one piece of it. Part of it is, we have the lot 1 that we need to rezone into industrial, which will allow this to be a special use. So once it's rezoned, that would occur. Then we have the variance for the height limitation for the buildings. And I know there were some questions, and I think we should go ahead and address the questions. There were some questions about why we have the height we do for the converter station and what the components are. So I think we should talk about that in a second. But so zoning change, SUP, variance, and subdivision approval. So those are the 4 things that we are asking for this particular project, along with the term that we were asking for, which is the 5 years. So I'm going to ask Mike to talk a little bit more about what is in the converter station buildings that are the 100 feet.
Yeah, thanks. So, as I mentioned, the valve hall houses power electronic devices known as IGBTs, or we can just call these transistors for short. Those are devices that switch on and off very rapidly to facilitate the conversion, as I mentioned before. And so it takes several hundred of these devices to actually manage the flow of current and power associated for the project. And so, as you can imagine, you have individual valves, and those are just lots of fun stuff today. So you have the valves, and those are assembled in a series together, and that forms one layer. And so then you stack another layer on top of another layer and another layer on top of another layer until you get to a certain point where you cannot effectively put those anymore. And so that's when the building has a certain height associated with that valve structure. The equipment supplier for the HVDC converter station is Hitachi Energy. They have traditionally in the past suspended this valve structure, which is extremely heavy. For this project, there'll be somewhere between 20 and 25 tons. They would suspend this from the building's roof. And they originally did this design approximately 50, 60 years ago to facilitate the installation in seismically active areas. By suspending these valves, you allow the valve structures to swing if there is an earthquake event. This is atypical to standard solutions from other suppliers, namely Siemens and GE, who you'd be considered direct competition for Hitachi. Hitachi has recently changed their valve hall design to be standardized on what is provided today. So they're going with a floor-mounted solution rather than a suspended solution. The mounting of the valve structures on the floor increases the space needed to install this equipment. So in addition to having space for this insulation that you need from the ground and the supporting structures to support 20, 25 tons per valve structure, this is all energized high voltage electrical equipment. So you need additional space above, air insulation, to effectively mitigate any issues with the metal building structure that surrounds it. On top of that, you need additional space for the overhead trolley or the crane system, which is associated with maintenance. So you can actually effectively lift these structures up, different layers, so you can access the valves to service and maintain them. So all this is to say that that increases the valve hall height. With that said, the valve hall will only be designed to the height it has to be. If it can be reduced in height through engineering design and application, it will most certainly be that way. It's to the advantage of engineering for cost and all the other related reasons technically to have a lower roof line. And so that will be a design consideration throughout the detailed design process that can take approximately 2 to 3 years to effectively design from top to bottom the engineering needs of the project.
Other questions?
Any questions from the board?
Mr. Chair, I do have a couple. So this, just because I'm a little confused, the switchyard that's shown on the drawings, is that your guys' switchyard or is that Basin's? And then,
So what you have on the drawing is ours. The AC line that leaves our station will connect to a basin facility north of Solon.
okay, so then Basin will be building their own switchyard some other location.
Correct.
Okay. And then, I don't know if you're the right ones to ask this question about or not, but, are there other DC converters that have been constructed recently throughout the country within the last 20 years or so?
Yeah, so there is a recent project. The most recent is Sunzia. Do you want to speak to that? Or what questions? Sunzia is the most recent. It's just going into service? Is that?
My question is going to be related to noise.
Sure, let's hear it.
So is the noise generally going to be in the valve hall? Or is it going to be with the converters themselves? Because the DC substations I've been in, it's the converters themselves.
Generally, the sources of noise in the HVDC converter station will be the converter transformers, because that's similar to any AC substation. They have fans associated with them, and they create a 60 hertz hum where you hear that loud humming noise. That's where you would hear most of the noise. In addition, there is some noise generated from the valve cooling, because that has fans that will direct that and cool that liquid required for the cooling of the valves. So the converter station, the valve hall itself, will not generate any significant amount of noise.
Okay, but the converters themselves could.
The converter transformers,
yeah.
That's correct, yes.
Do you have any kind of like a metric as to how much noise they could produce and how far away or anything?
Sure. Yes, well, we have design standards for the converter station. And so we're defining that at the fence line, that you shall not exceed a dBA limit based on the equipment within that. And that will be supported by Hitachi's detailed sound design study. They will, once they have finalized many of the parameters associated with the converter transformer and the valve cooling, they will do a detailed study to determine and show that the noise limits won't be exceeded at that fence line.
Okay. So that's something that you could submit if we asked for it, some kind of documentation.
Yeah, it'll be in a few years' time, but yeah.
We're currently our estimation, so less than 50 at 1,100 feet from the fence line.
50 dBA?
Mm-hmm.
And you said that was how far from the?
1,100 feet.
From the fence line?
Mm-hmm.
Of the DC converter?
Of the entire yard.
So does that include the switch yard?
Yes.
Okay.
It's the worst case, so yes.
Other questions, Maria?
And then generally, on a site like this, with those kind of weights and stuff, do you think, maybe you guys aren't even this far yet, maybe you haven't done the geotech, but do you think that you're going to be doing it on piling or on drilled piers or traditional foundations?
We don't anticipate piling unless we run into geotechnical issues like you suggest. It'll be traditional drilled piers and slab foundations.
Okay, just to clarify, thanks.
Anything else, Maria?
I think that's
Good.
it for now.
Anything else from the board? Anything else from you?
No, nothing from us.
Sorry for the technical difficulties.
Oh, no, it's fine.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Just, Natalie, am I good to go to the hearing, or did you have something to add?
Yeah, no, you go ahead.
So at this point, though, just for clarity too, on it looks like people are dropping off like that.
Yeah.
We're just kind of,
We're going within the room.
okay.
Yeah.
So we can probably then switch over to the overhead projector and not have to switch back and forth. Is that fair?
It wasn't on, that was the problem.
Okay.
It wasn't on. Okay. Yeah. There we go.
Okay, I will go ahead and open the public hearing for North Plains Connector. If there's anyone that would like to speak, please come up to the podium. And state your name, please.
I just have my name's Lanny Kenner, but I just have a question, how far that fence line is from the transformers.
I'll go ahead, I'll let the applicants answer that if you want to let them come up to the mic.
This drawing here is actually really representative, so it's hard to see the fence line, but essentially where you see the gray area and then the green, that's where the fence line would be running. And so in relation to this, the converter transformers are just to the northwest of the valve halls, the blue buildings. And so within that, you have 3 converter transformers. And those are, I would say, the closest one, based on this layout, be approximately 50 feet, maybe 60 feet.
Does that provide the clarity you needed? Okay. Thank you. Second call for the hearing. Third and final call. And I will close the hearing. Okay, wishes of the commission.
Mr. President, there's 2 motions, right?
Yeah. What it is?
Page 41. Page 4 and 5 of the application, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. President, I can deal with motion number 1. I move to recommend approval of a preliminary plot of the long form subdivision, a zoning map amendment from agricultural to industrial lot for Lot 1 only, and a special use permit for an energy conversion facility as presented. As the site is located on a remote area and is compatible with the surrounding agricultural land uses with the following conditions. First, that the applicant must submit a complete stormwater management plan to the zoning administrator that meets approval of the city engineer before the applicant will be allowed to begin grading the site and before the applicant will be allowed to obtain a building permit. Applicant must execute a road use agreement that meets the approval of the county engineer before the applicant will be allowed to begin grading the site and before the applicant will be allowed to obtain a building permit. Third would be the project construction must begin within 5 years of the issuance of the SUP, or the SUP is void without further action of the Board of County Commissioners, subject to the zoning administrator's ability to grant extensions of 2 months for good cause in the writing. Construction means clearing of vegetation, excavation, and other substantial physical alterations to the land. Fourth would be the prior to issuance of a building permit and prior construction, the applicant must submit an emergency operations plan that meets approval of the county emergency manager. And last one, number 5, is all outdoor lighting must be shielded to be directed toward the ground and contained within a defined site boundary. That would be the motion.
Okay, and I guess, well, yeah, I'll wait for discussion.
I'll second it.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, Natalie, my only thing, and this is going to come up again, so with the stormwater management plan, especially with this one, I mean, we already have a preliminary stormwater plan in the packet.
Yep.
Historically, before tonight, I don't remember ever seeing a waiver from stormwater management plans. I think it's the county's practice that we have preliminary, final, and then after construction, a final is submitted reflecting the site. Pretty sure that's how it's written in code, that there's a sort of certification, or they can come back if something changed during construction and certify it. So I guess on this one, my only comment would be, we already have a preliminary plan. I mean, maybe we make some adjustment if there's an issue with sealing it. I'm just not really seeing why, or what the rationale is that this wouldn't follow the same standard. I mean, everybody has issues planning. Why are we tonight making exceptions that stormwater doesn't have to come before this board when every applicant in my almost 10 years on the board has had to do that?
Sure. We are doing that also for another applicant this month, and I think...
But we have not historically.
Sure. So usually the stormwater is submitted with the second, with the final plat.
Which this one seems on track with. That's why I'm confused.
But I guess what I'm saying is, coming back for revisions, that usually doesn't happen. It's just submitted with the final.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
And historically, most projects that we get are pretty predictable in terms of residential development.
Well, and maybe, I don't want to belabor this, but like, I'm looking at everything we're showing on the screen, and we're talking pretty detailed here, so I'm a little confused why
and maybe
we
the
have all
applicant,
these details, but we can't finalize the
sure,
stormwater plan.
the applicant could probably answer that better. It was a request. They could probably tell you why it would need more work, I guess.
Sure, yeah.
Mr. Chair, if I could add one more question, like, it doesn't appear to be written by a PE in North Dakota either.
Mm-hmm. Right, because it was a preliminary overview. It wasn't a full stormwater plan.
Right, so I'm just saying it should be marked preliminary by a PE in the state of North Dakota.
Yes.
I guess I'm just like, this board has had a history of detailed utility and stormwater discussions. And now out of the blue, it seems that we're kind of kicking that away. It's no longer going to come in front of the board if applicants don't want to or want to bring it forward, and I'm a little confused by that.
Sure.
And in my reading of land use code, it says that a waiver from the stormwater management plan is a hardship. I mean, there has to be a demonstrated hardship. This board has also taken a really strong stance on variances and truly requiring the demonstration of that hardship.
Sure.
So,
Yeah, they could probably explain that further.
Yeah, I can speak to the technical aspects. For the converter station, we do have a lot of technical detail because there is similarities across many projects. However, we haven't even started detailed design for the converter station. From a design standpoint, I would say we're maybe 1 or 2% along in our design. We're finishing up our technical specification to actually dictate how this converter station is going to be designed. And like I mentioned before, this is going to take at least 2.5 years of detailed engineering design work to really lock down all the facilities, where they're located, their exact size, their exact heights, their dimensions. All these things are somewhat variable, and the water flow across the site is very important because we have a very controlled grade across the site that is very strict, and so minimal changes can affect that. And so I understand your concern, but this is, as far as I'm aware, for many HVDC projects, this is sort of the standard steps that we take, and it's a very detailed civil engineering effort to really dial in the stormwater plan. So.
And I just wanted to add in, so part of the reason we're here now is because we're trying to obtain all of the permits before going to the Public Service Commission. So that in the past has been something they have wanted to see for projects. Now, we understand there's been some law changes, but we were in process when that came about, and we've continued down that path of getting all of the local permits. And because they want to see those permits in hand before we get to hearing, that's why we're here early in the process. Otherwise, you'd probably see these guys coming in closer to when they're starting construction. I think we can, the intent would be to always have a final plan that meets whatever requirements are needed, including the PE certification at the time. But because it's so early, we don't want it to not reflect what is actually going to be done on the site and what needs to be done. Also thinking of the administrative review, you know, we can provide a plan, but if it's not accurate and has to be redone, then everybody has to review it again. So that was the intent, with the idea that we would submit it with the building permit and it would be reviewed at that time once the site was finalized.
Thank you.
Yep.
I guess so. I'll follow up on I mean, it does seem like this isn't the type of application that we deal with, right? This is very, very different. I don't know that a hardship was submitted and demonstrated, but I can see where it fits that criteria. And this is just preliminary. Honestly, we're on track for preliminary. We have more than we have often at preliminary. For the sake of being consistent with all of our applications, I do think we should explore that, make sure if this is very unique, we should meet the code rather than just saying, like, maybe this one we only need a preliminary stormwater plan until we get to the point that everything's dialed in. I just don't want to say kind of willy-nilly, well, we don't need one here, because this board never gets a chance to consider that then. And I think that's an important part of rezoning and site development. So
For sure.
not trying to throw a roadblock, let's just make sure we're consistent.
Yep.
That's it.
Mr. Chairman, question?
Yeah.
Would you want to add that as a condition for the approval of the preliminary hearing, or the preliminary, that a better preliminary stormwater management plan needs to be for the final?
I guess with a project of this size, it's, and like they had explained, because this has so many moving parts that are unlike the typical application we would get, that there isn't going to be an ability unless there's years and very many millions of dollars put into engineering work, that you could get a stormwater plan.
So I agree with this. I mean, we have a preliminary plan, kind of checked that box. By the time we get to final, let's just make it clear that, let's explore it. I'm pretty sure, or I know that code says waiver is applicable if a hardship is demonstrated for stormwater plan. This seems like it would do that. It would prevent your project from going through the hoops it needs to go through in that order. So I'm okay with how this one's going. Let's just make sure that we're doing it in a way that's consistent.
Right.
Because we take 5-lot subdivisions and run them through the ringer on stormwater plans, right? So let's just make sure that we're being consistent.
Yeah, and I guess I apologize that I don't have the land use code in front of me. Typically, waivers are granted by the county engineer, and so, you know, he is consulted, and I guess if it says it needs to go through planning and zoning specifically.
No, it says the county engineer may waive any requirement of this article, being the stormwater management plan article, upon making a finding that compliance with the requirement will involve an unnecessary hardship.
Right. Yeah, and I mean, so we have that discussion. If you feel like those should come to the Planning and Zoning Commission, we can update it. You know what I mean? Like,
No, I don't think this needs to come to, our motion isn't discussing a hardship. It's just saying there was a waiver and we're not discussing the hardship. In this case, the hardship is their permitting obstacle, right?
Is
and
the
timeline.
state requiring
PSC and everything else.
Right.
But our motion just says, county engineer waived it, they don't need to do it.
Right.
We haven't done that in the past, and it requires a hardship.
Yeah, and I guess what I'm saying is that the way it's written, the county engineer makes that review, and I'm saying if we want the determination of whether it's a actual hardship to come to planning and zoning, then we can do that. It's just I've typically...
I'll defer to Andy on how we should handle hardships.
Well, Mr. Chairman, what I would recommend, since it's the authority of the county engineer, if he wants to grant the hardship, then his written report letter granting the hardship should be part of the packet for us to review.
I agree, because he can grant the hardship, it can come before us,
He's
and
got the
we
authority.
can disagree, county commission can disagree with, but I think keep it administrative, but we need to,
But requiring the
correctly.
county engineer to submit his report of why he thinks there's a hardship is still within the authority of this board and the county commission. Otherwise, he can just do it over the phone and walk away from it, and there's no documentation of why he felt there was a hardship to back up his decision-making.
Yep, noted.
I agree.
Well, yeah, for sure, included in the packet.
okay, any other discussion? I guess because I brought that up, I'm okay with the motion as is after the discussion we've had. I think everybody understands. going
Mr.
to
Chair,
plan.
if I could add one more thing. I'm okay with the motion made as is also, but I still am concerned about the noise aspect, and I'd just like to see some kind of documentation. I don't know what it needs to be, but something. Just so that it's
For next month.
on record.
Yeah, for sure.
Anything else? Okay, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign. Motion carries.
Do we need to have a second
And then
motion?
the variance.
Yep, we need a second
My
motion.
second motion.
Mr. Chair, I'm ready to make a motion. I move to recommend approval of a variance request to exceed the building height maximum in the industrial zone and to allow the valve hall to be constructed to a height not to exceed 100 feet as industry standard equipment required for the project cannot be accommodated in a structure that meets the 50-foot height maximum established in Morton County Land Use Code for the industrial zoning district, and the project could not be constructed at all without the height variance.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I don't like using the variance tool in this form either. If there's something wrong with our rule of 50 feet, we should amend our rule before just granting a variance. Now, I don't know what kind of timetable the developer is on, but Heskett Power Plant that was torn down was, at the height of its powerhouse, was 110 feet. The smokestacks for Heskett were 300 feet. I do not know the height of the grain elevator complex in Hebron or New Salem. We have a ethanol plant in the early stages of development in the Glen Allen area. I'm pretty sure that ethanol plant's probably going to have to exceed the 50 feet barrier.
I would say yes.
I'll support this now, but I don't think using a variance tool like this, I think it's demonstrating we have a problem with our height requirements, and we need to revisit them. Because I'm sure somebody could say, well, a wind turbine is a structure and that's over 50 feet. So we need to visit this. This could affect the refinery if with any of their, I don't know, is some of that stuff out there is even high. Is that exceeding 100?
Oh, yeah. 10 stories is 100 feet.
Yeah, we need to readdress the 50 feet. And what I remember from when the 50 feet came in, there was a group of people when we had the public hearing on it that just thought that 50 feet out in the rural area was high enough because of shadowing, leaving the industrial property onto the neighbor's property. There were no other projects. Nobody pointed out anything. The conversation and 50 feet was adopted. But this project, I think, is demonstrating that 50 feet is no longer acceptable and we need to increase it.
So noted.
Yeah, so noted, Andy, I agree.
Yep.
Good points. Natalie, something we can explore, I suppose, going forward?
Yeah,
potentially?
I have other minor table updates, and I thought we could bring them, well, depending on what the agenda looks like next month, maybe next month.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Okay.
And I guess, Mr. Chairman, I should say that any land use code update takes 2 months, so that would not be before this would come back again, because this would come back again next month. So, but.
And Andy, you're okay with this?
Yes.
If we're moving to.
Don't have to like it, but
Okay.
it's the world we're living in now. We need to amend the rule.
Yep. Okay. Anything else? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Post same sign. Motion carries. Back to you, Natalie.
Okay. Okay, our next item is the Platinum Estates first and second subdivision. I'm going to present these together because they're different number of lots, but in the same location. The applicant is Cody Fleck. This is located just north of Square Butte Road. So this is Honey Hills 1 outlined over there, and, sorry, Platinum Estates, here's Honey Hills, Platinum Estates first, and then Platinum Estates second. They are looking for a rezoning from ag to residential. The future land use designation for the area. So this for the second is slated to remain agricultural. This is slated for 1.5 to 5 acre residential, commercial, and then limited open space. When we did the plan, essentially, there was an evaluation about terrain, and areas with difficult terrain were designated for limited open space, and more so for developers looking to kind of indicate where's the tough areas and where are the more flat areas. The applicant has larger lots up north, so essentially room for residences within the areas that are designated for residential. So they did not include requests for a commercial lot in this subdivision. I'll get into more later about, well, yeah, talk about water. So that's the first, that's on the east side. So Missouri West Water has stated that, or they did their hydraulic study for this development, and Missouri West stated that they can accommodate 3, maybe 4 accounts, either on the east side or west side of 1806 between these two developments. They said it didn't matter which side of the road, but at this point in time, the hydraulic study returned indication that they only have room for 3 or 4 new accounts. Missouri West Water is going to purchase a new master meter. So essentially where they purchase water from City of Mandan, goes into the master meter, comes out the other side. There's limited capacity on the outflow side that has restrictions in the system essentially. So when they get their new master meter, the outflow on the other side should, I don't know if it'll match exactly what's coming in from City of Mandan, but it'll be much larger than it is today. The timeline for that is sometime in 2028. So in staff's estimation, I am recommending approval of this because it's contiguous development, which is what we would want, and it's in the plan to be developed, but with the condition that the plat could not get recorded until Missouri West Water indicates that there's enough capacity to serve all of the lots. So essentially hold up plat recording until, and that could be indefinitely, until Missouri West indicates that they can serve all the lots in this subdivision. So this did go to Road Commission for roads. These 2 lots would access off of Square Butte Road and share an approach. There's already an approach there. Then there would be the loop road coming back out. The applicant did consult with DOT. I guess I can let them talk about that, but pretty much that configuration will work. Road Commission said it was fine when they reviewed it. So then on the other side of the road, so first was on this side, second is on this side. So again, this is Square Butte Road. This is proposed 3 lots here. Again, this would be a shared approach for lots 1 and 2. There is an existing approach here. When I called DOT, they did not know if that was formally approved or not, but potentially lot 3 could share that existing approach, or the plan would be for lot 2 to get rid of that existing approach and put it somewhere on lot 3. Ideally, DOT likes for approaches on either side of the highway to meet up, but then if this met up with the Platinum Estates First on the other side, this would not be far enough away from that existing approach. So Road Commission basically said, it's fine, whatever DOT, the approach can go wherever DOT wants it, it's there right away. But that to say, it's going to be feasible one way or another to get an approach for lot 3. So staff is recommending approval. Since Missouri West said that they can serve 3, possibly 4 lots, and because this has 3 lots in it, staff is suggesting to approve this and just as is, approve the subdivision and rezoning from ag to residential. So there's probably more to talk about, but we can.
Any questions for Natalie?
Natalie, do you know, did Missouri West say they have 3 total including, or did they have all of Honey Hills factored in?
They, in addition, well, I didn't ask that question specifically, but they said that they could serve 3 additional for this subdivision. So I guess I'm assuming that means they've already taken into account in their model capacity taken up by a subdivision that's already approved.
Okay.
Engineering team verifies that. Yeah.
Okay.
Good question, Dwayne.
Natalie, so the water supply that'd be going to this originates in Mandan, is that correct?
Missouri West pulls water from Southwest on the north side and primarily from City of Mandan.
Yeah, because the city of Mandan presently, with that water intake, the new one they put in here not too long ago with that sandbar, I mean, there's some serious problems with water intake at that could diminish some water supply, and it's a possibility.
It was my understanding from Missouri West that they already have their contract in place to purchase what would be more units that will feed into when they get the new master meter, that they've already agreed on that new amount that they're going to purchase from City of Mandan.
Okay.
As to the logistics of, Mandan being confident, I guess, in being able to, and maybe you sat in on those.
Maybe it's similar to the Colorado River, where everybody's fighting over who's going to get water out of that.
Right.
Contracts and all the agreements there.
Exactly.
It's either there or it isn't.
Right. And it changes every year.
That's right. Thank you.
Depending on rainfall and everything else.
I have one more comment, and it may need to wait until we have more open discussion, but fire protection is becoming a major issue. And with the shortage of water and the more lots that are up there, I've had conversations with the rural fire chief, and it's becoming a major concern with these developments. So knowing there's a limitation of water as is means there's not the opportunity to start offering any kind of hydrants or flows for safety. And that is something, whether that goes to the water board or we have to discuss. It's things that need to be brought up in the future.
Mr. Chair, I do have one question. In regards to this water meter in 2028, is that a for sure thing, or is that just a pie in the eye?
No, they indicated to me that they have ordered it, or that it will be ordered and done. It's just they don't, it was like a year lead time.
A long lead time item?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct, because I talked to Karen as well, and that's what she said as well, so.
Natalie, if we approve a plat, isn't there a 1-year window that it has to be recorded within, and then it has to come back to us?
No, if they ask for extensions for good cause, I can grant extensions.
Okay.
But, and I mean, something that we approved that's just waiting on a water consideration, I guess I would consider that good cause if we approved it. I think the developer the reason for bringing this now is they want to have an indication from the county as to whether this is an appropriate location for that configuration of lots, that location, and they are fully aware of the water situation. And I did say, I can't speak for the board, but my recommendation at least would be no recording of the plat until that water is actually available. So they're aware of that.
Thanks.
Yep, and I did inquire with some of the other developers about their existing lot inventory. I did, maybe, I don't know if Randy's here, but Maverick Estates, Harmon 24th, those lots by 2028 should be, they're expecting that those will be sold and built on by that time. So again, don't know what the status is of Honey Hills in terms of percentage sold, but those other developments will be, the lots that we have approved already should be built on by that time. Expected, anyway.
Mr. Chair, if I could ask one more. So when we went through the Honey Hills subdivision, we talked a lot about traffic studies and things like that. Are we going to require this on this one because it's also connecting on to 1806?
So DOT said that, yeah, Abe will talk on that one.
Anything else from the board? Okay. I will go ahead and open the hearing, and Abe, I'll give you the mic first.
Good evening, Chair, Commissioners. Abe Almer with ILSE. I can speak to quite a few things here. This is the preliminary plat, so we don't have a stormwater done yet. We want to know your feelings before we throw $20,000 at a study to figure that out. As for the traffic study, it has already been done. It already has been submitted to the state. It already has been approved, no turn lanes. The one stipulation that they did kind of say was if that lot 3 on the north doesn't use that existing approach to the north, they would like it to try to be in line with where we're proposing the east approach. So they make it more like an intersection type scenario. So right now, as I actually got Brad Kurzman's email today saying, when you're ready, pull a permit through the DOT for that.
For that approach?
For those approaches onto 1806, yeah.
Okay.
So, other than that, stormwater here, I'm not planning on removing any ditch blocks.
Inside joke.
Ditch block.
We know that. Yeah.
It's kind of a sore subject.
Yeah. Any other questions that I can?
Anything for Abe?
Okay.
I guess Abe, kind of just a random question. Looking at the Platinum Second, Lot 3, is there? I mean, I don't have a great.
There's a lot of slope on that.
Yeah, I was gonna like. Is there actually buildable space on that site?
As an engineer, I will tell you the same thing I tell a lot of my developers. If you have the money, you can do it.
Right.
And a lot of people seem to have the money to do it. I don't, but a lot of people somehow pull it off.
Good enough.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I do have one more question for Abe. So just a general thought, like, what are you thinking for stormwater on Platinum first? Like, where's it gonna go? I can kind of see it on here, but I think it's too small.
So you're showing where you'll probably put a pond, Mark, right?
Ideas.
And assuming it's going to be
So to the north is a blue blob.
Yep.
I'm going to call it a blue blob on the north end. There is a blue line stream right there in the property. We'd probably put a drainage easement along that blue line stream on the north end. Since we're not planning on disturbing or crossing or anything like that for that wetland or the blue line stream, we're going to stay well away from it so we don't have to go through all those mitigation processes, everything else. So right now the natural topography of the site kind of follows all the way to that corner intersection or that corner turn of the road that we're proposing, which is easy enough to take those ditches down to that corner and down that property line and build a berm down there to slow down the water.
So generally, everything will go to that blue blob.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or be compensated if a little area does go up somewhere else, we'll compensate for it in the stormwater release.
Okay.
Anything else for Abe?
Okay.
Thanks, Abe.
Thanks.
Okay, public hearing is open if there's anyone else that would like to speak. Second to last call. Yeah, go ahead, Mark.
Good evening, Commission. Mark Isaacs with Independent Land Surveying and Engineering. Just a point of clarification. We had discussed at one time Lot 1, Block 1 of Platinum Estates First to be commercial. So if we come back in later and do that as a final, can we put that on at that time, or do we need to decide that now? Because I thought it was on the application that way. But. And I would answer any questions anybody would have.
That would be my mistake then, that it was supposed to be commercial. So, there it is. It's big enough, it's 3 acres.
That was the plan of the developer, was to go along with the comprehensive plan that shows that corner to be commercial on that lot.
Thanks, Mark.
That was discussed once before.
We did Home Hills.
Where that one area is going to be.
Yeah.
I think we talked about it.
I'm trying to remember what this was zoned.
Okay, final call for the public hearing. And I'll close the hearing. Thoughts from the board? And I guess let's make sure we discuss the commercial zoning, at least
Yeah.
give some guidance on that.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I just had a question that Dennis and I were just wondering. Did we zone one of those Honey Hills lots commercial? It
Yep.
was just the one in the corner, right?
Yeah, because on the future land use plan calls for it on both sides. So
Right, it
they
just-
had one here. You can even see it.
The red on the south side looks
Just
like it
that
takes
one.
up way more lots.
Yep.
It's not conforming to the lot yet. The-
Well,
the
so
red
basically,
blob.
That's the future
in the
land use.
long-range plan, you have no idea what the lot configurations are gonna be, so you just put big swatches
Right.
on a map, and a single lot to offer a commercial space there would be in conformity with the plan.
Right, but what I'm saying is those other lots that are red are actually not
Correct.
commercial, correct?
Correct, they are residential, yes. And so then on this application, yeah, sorry, that was my miss, this one lot would be also commercial.
So question would be, and a remark, you can sure answer this, but when you do the traffic study for this, did you assume all residential, or you assumed commercial? And if assuming commercial, so then what does this traffic study assume for that commercial? I mean, is it okay. I'm just saying commercial is very broad. It could be something that has many dozens of people coming in every hour, or one person per day.
Dealing with the traffic study engineer, he asked the same question, how many traffic movements are you gonna expect? We're not expecting to put a car lot or something like that in there, or a major convenience store or something like that, but what we directed them to is just do an average commercial, something that's right in the middle, not fully, big boys drive through, nonstop, that sort of thing, but it's just average commercial traffic is what they typically do. I can share it with you if you want.
No, it's just more curious.
No.
Yeah. Thanks, Abe.
Yep.
Any other thoughts from the board?
Mr. President, just a matter of protocol here. There's two separate things that apply to the similar. Are we going to make a motion on one and skip, go back to this other again, or are we
Correct.
making two motions here?
So these are two separate subdivision applications, just like the development south of it had two applications, one on each side of the road. I'm presenting them together because the water issues are the same. Some of the issues are the same, but they are two separate requests, and they would be two separate motions.
So each motion would stand on its own then?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah,
That
so
was
you
my
could
question.
approve one and not the other, or whatever, yeah.
Natalie, have we previously approved subdivisions like this with a contingency that's many years out, or two or more years out?
We have, I'm trying to think, I think Harmon, there were issues with water, and we always, I don't think.
It's fine. I mean, generally,
Yeah.
yes is fine.
I don't
Just-
think that we have. I don't think we have.
Okay.
But we have approved subdivisions where it was questionable because we didn't have a clear answer from Missouri West Water. I guess what I like about this is that it was a clear answer. I mean, that we are doing this project. I mean, at least the project is coming. And if the project results in not being able to serve these lots, then there's that contingency, you can't record it unless the water's available. So, and you don't have to approve it. I guess what I would say though is it's in the right location. I mean, let's pretend we have water. It's in the right location because it's contiguous development. It's the right size lots. They're a little big, but that has to do with terrain and has to do with where you can put approaches. So, I mean, you've fit as many lots as you can in there, more or less, given the constraints. So it's the right configuration. It's just the water. So my thought was approve it for the fact that it's the right configuration in the right location, but hold it up until the water comes online.
And so make sure I understand what you were proposing. So we would be holding up only the east side of the highway, but the west side could kind of take that number down to 0.
It could.
Right? Okay.
So basically what you would do, and I mean, you could say the same thing on the west side also, and just say you can't record it until the water is available, but there's no road construction happening on that side. And also those lots are quite a bit bigger, so you.
Yeah, I'm okay. I was just making sure I understood how you laid that out.
I guess my thought was if you have 3 or 4, you do 3 on the west side potentially, because you can record the plat, and then you do your spec home maybe on the east side, and, because that's already, I mean, they have the right to build a house on it right now as ag. They don't even need an entitlement to build a house on it. You know what I'm saying? So you could use your.
Doesn't that start to get a little weird with the site grading and putting in the roads? Or is that?
Well, if there's any site.
I mean, as long as you put it where.
Sure.
A lot line would facilitate it being. But I guess what I'm saying is be having such a large agricultural lot, if there's no plat involved, they could pull a building permit tomorrow and go put a house on it.
Right.
Without any
in a future
entitlement
lot,
from us. Yeah. In fact, they could pull 2 if they wanted, because we allow an accessory dwelling by right.
And we don't have limitations on those? It can just be 2 homes? 2, oh, okay.
Because then if
we
one's.
never explored that they.
If one's bigger, then the other one's the accessory. Your limitation there is financing. You're usually gonna run into limitations for most people, not everybody.
Other thoughts from the board? Andy, thoughts from you?
Mr. Chairman, the public hearing's closed?
It is.
Okay. The suggested motion for the water, I don't believe that's going to be enforceable. We've tried that. I've tried it numerous times. That if it's residential development, there has to be adequate water supply from a rural water standpoint, because the lots don't sell. And then they sit out there and the county's got to still kind of keep an eye on them. And then pretty soon we have too many lots for sale and not enough people to buy them, and it's all tied to rural water. So county commission over the years has said, or voted, that it's buyer beware. And if there's no rural water, it needs to be disclosed to the purchaser. And then you have developers that say, that's all right, I'll just drill a well. So then I went, well, if that's what we should do, we should be requiring well where they drill a well, how deep is it got to go, what's going to be the average cost. If they hit water, is it even going to be potable? And that didn't make it either. And it's there's a few newer members on the county commission now, but there's at least 2 votes, I think, that were there during the last time. And the county commission has said we are not in the water business. I don't think that this is going to survive. It might survive this meeting, but I don't think it would survive a final going to the county commission, because they always, I lost. And it was a heck of an argument. I don't think I would win that argument to tie it to rural water access.
So I just want to make sure I'm understanding. So are you saying survive in the sense that the whole thing needs to wait until there's water, or just approve it and it's up to them to figure out the water?
It's up to them to figure out the water, and then it's up to the developer. If the lots don't sell because he doesn't have rural water, then he's got to make a choice: lower the prices of the lots, or sit on them until there is and they do sell. And then Morton County Water Board's only concern would be is if the lots sell at a lower rate, pretty soon it becomes nothing but lots where people are storing their campers, storing their cars, fencing them off and running horses, and there's no value to the county in having a subdivision like that. And Morton County Water Board had concerns about that, but none of those concerns have been able to sway the county commission. I don't know if that's a good condition to have on there. I don't know if it'll survive. And I mean the condition. They have 3 hookups. As soon as they sell 3 lots, and there's not enough water there, Missouri West Water isn't gonna give them water access if they don't have it.
Yeah, they can.
And then it's up to the developer to decide what to do. Or would I be missing something, gentlemen? But this has been debated heavily at county commission, and I wanted the water aspect and I lost.
So Andy, I guess my kind of quick reaction is I tend to agree that it's up to them figure out their water. I trust your judgment over the years doing that. I think my personal opinion is on a subdivision with a density like this, I do think it's our responsibility to wait until there's safe, potable, reliable water to it. Now, if this was the other side of the road, if this is true like 10, 20 acre lots, then I'm more apt to, they have plenty of room to drill wells. We don't know that on these 1.5 lots that they could find water, so totally defer to your judgment that county commission might not
Believe me,
like
I
it.
made that argument. Lost every time. Every time. I don't know if Jackie was on the county commission yet on that one, but I lost every time.
Mr. President, of course, we get things here, and we have a judgmental issue to deal with from our perspective here, and not every time we take something to the county does the county commission agree with us. So I don't know if I specifically want to predispose a decision based upon the probability of what necessarily that the county commission might disagree with us.
Right, we're speculating. We should,
Right.
But I do agree.
And Mr. Chairman, I'm just putting it out there for information purposes. I don't know if that condition would survive at final. That goes to county commission. But for the purpose of this meeting, if somebody made a motion with that condition on it, I'd support it because I believe in it. If you don't have good water going to these lots, they're not going to sell. Do you need me to make the motion, Mr. Chairman?
Did we make a motion yet?
I'm open to a motion.
Okay, if we're ready.
I'm ready.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to recommend to the Morton County Commission to approve the preliminary plot of the long-form subdivision known as Platinum Estates First and a zoning map amendment from agricultural to residential as the subdivision conforms to the regulations established in Article 7 of the Morton County Land Use Code and reasonably conforms to the goals established in the 2045 Comprehensive Plan with the following condition. The plot will not be allowed to be recorded until Missouri West Water confirms water service can be provided to all lots within the subdivision.
Second.
Motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Do we want to amend that to include that commercial lot?
Is that this first one?
Yeah, and my apologies, I didn't put that in the motion because
With one commercial lot. Thank
on
you.
lot 1, block 1.
Carter, you okay?
Yeah.
So
Second revised motion.
because it was do we have to vote on the addition being had been seconded?
Technically.
Right. Okay. So amendment. All in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right. Amendment is approved. Any discussion on the motion? Okay. Our motion as amended. All in
Move to
favor?
approve the motion as amended then, I guess. So.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Same sign. Opposed. Okay. And now we have
The second. The
Yeah.
second.
You ready for a motion?
Ready for it.
I move to recommend approval of the preliminary plat of the long-form subdivision known as Platinum Estate Second and a zoning map amendment from agricultural to residential district as the subdivision conforms to the regulations established in Article 7 of the Morton County Land Use Code and reasonably conforms to the goals established in the 2045 Comprehensive Plan with the following condition. I don't think we need the condition on this one, so
No.
there's only 3 lots, so, yep.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Natalie.
Mr. Chairman, 5-minute break. We've been here for 2 hours.
Yes, 5-minute break. So, let's do 7:38. We'll resume.
So our next item is Meadows off Highway 6 subdivision. This is in the northeast quarter of Section 33, Township 138 North, Range 81 West. The applicants are Norman and Sally Frederick and developer Steve Keelan. This is located 2 miles south of the Mandan Airport on the west side of Highway 6. The current zoning is agricultural. The request is to subdivide the parcel. The north portion would be agricultural, it would stay agricultural. The south portion would be commercial zoning. And I won't go through a whole ton of this because we've been through it before. This is the second hearing for it. So 73.23 acres between lots 1 and 2. So this would be on the southern lot. This is the site plan for the event center and parking lot. So 3-phase power is available here. Missouri West Water stated that they do have water available for use in the event center. There was a question last time about whether that water would be available for cabins. It is not available for cabins. Missouri West said that they can serve the center, but not the residential or overnight component with the cabins. And they will not supply water for fire suppression. I did speak to Western Plains Public Health. Their staff's assessment of this property is that there's plenty of room to accommodate a system. So last legislative session, it changed so that septic system is coming out of plumbing code. DEQ is gonna regulate that at the state level and have statewide regulations. They actually are in the middle of rewriting those right now. There's a public hearing on that on May 14th. So essentially, the idea of having a certain perk level with the soil, and if it's longer than 2 hours to perk, I think that's in the new regulations, but they're not actually adopted yet. That was what it sounded like from Western Plains staff. Okay, anyway, we can get to that. So in any case, Western Plains Public Health staff said that in their estimation, there's plenty of room on the site to make something happen that will facilitate adequate septic for this facility. Since last time, the applicant did have a engineer complete the traffic study. They submitted that to DOT. DOT concurred with the findings of the study, which was that for a venue of less than 400, there would not be a need for a turn lane off of Highway 6. So, again, staff's recommendation, approve the final plat and the zone change from ag to commercial on lot 2 only. And we can get into more questions and details.
Any questions for Natalie?
I do have.
Yeah, go ahead, Jackie.
So Natalie, I do have a question. In visiting with another county, they leave a venue like this as ag and use a conditional use permit and not change it to commercial.
And we actually set this up when we had the wedding event center that wanted to locate off of highway, it's the one out by the
1806.
post. Yeah. We didn't want to necessarily do full commercial there. And so we made a provision where we have a rural commercial component, where you can have an event center with, special use permit. The commercial zoning is the only zone we have that accommodates overnight stays, like a hotel. And that is the whole reason why this is, why staff suggested it be commercial, because we don't want to allow hotels overnight accommodation in other zones. So that was the whole reason for the rezoning. We do allow, if you have an agricultural type of business and you have an ancillary, you happen to have weddings or events there, you can do that in agritourism use, but you're limited to under 200 attendance. And the request here was for more than that. So it's a more intense level of use that requires a more intense zone.
Okay. And then one more question then is that according to our code, none of that 73 acres could have residential lots put on it because it's too close to the feedlot?
So we don't allow residences in a commercial zone.
No,
You're talking about
if
the
it stayed ag, if this does not pass, is my question, it's too close to the feedlot to be zoned residential from ag.
We have allowed, in terms of building permits, people can pull a building permit on their own ag lot, to move to the nuisance, so to speak. We typically wouldn't want to encourage residential development in the same way that we don't want to encourage lots where, again, we had this conversation where there isn't water to serve it. And so we don't want to set up multiple lots in a location where there are issues.
Yep, I know that.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that we're saying that Mr. Fredericks can't do anything with his land but leave it ag then.
Pretty much, right.
That's my question.
Yeah, and I have gotten inquiries in years past when this came available, can I put a subdivision there? And I said, it's so close to the feedlot, staff would not, I can't speak for the commission, but I said staff would not support that because it's just too close. And I guess I would even say, and the subdivision on the corner, just north of this, the feedlot wasn't there when that subdivision got approved. Because, if that was an application today, I would also suggest that even those lots are too close. So, but the feedlot came after those residences.
So I guess general question on that, Natalie. So I maybe agree a bit with the commercial zoning. Just curious on the mindset. Because there's 40 cabins on the property line of the feedlot, and I don't imagine we'd even have 40 homes. So I guess just what was the mindset there? That 40 cabins on the lot line, okay, homes on the larger parcel, not okay.
So you can't not know it's there. I had that discussion with the applicant. I said, do you think your clientele is going to have an issue with that? And they didn't seem to think so.
No, but so too would be the case with somebody looking at a prospective lot.
You mean
if somebody's looking to purchase a lot, they wouldn't not see the feedlot, whereas somebody staying in a cabin is doing it at their own risk. I'm just trying to understand.
So basically, you're not living.
You're
not living there 24/7, 365. You're staying overnight.
You're partying there on the weekends, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Fine.
It just, sorry, Mr. Chair, but it just kind of feels like an oxymoron is the word I want to use. It's a double.
Is your mic on?
Oh, well, I don't know.
Or bring it closer.
It feels kind of like an oxymoron or like a double standard. Like, we can't put houses there, but we can put these cabins that somebody could potentially stay in for a week.
Yeah,
and it's okay. At this point, it's a matter of opinion. We're going to continue to discuss. I just want to make sure I understand.
Yep.
Is commercial next to feedlot versus residential? I can start to understand some mindset. Commercial with 40 cabins.
Right.
I'm a little confused, but
yeah.
let's keep.
And I guess to be very clear, the request is for a commercial rezoning. Staff has asked the applicant to provide a lot of information about the type of use that would go on that commercial lot, but we're not, it's not a special use permit. it's a request for a rezoning to commercial. So it could be anything that's allowable. What could go there next could be anything that's allowable in commercial.
Which I'll say I'm uncomfortable with. Right.
And Mr. Chair, I would say I agree, because we could potentially have another, it could be a truck stop, it could be a Walmart. I mean, it could be anything. It could be Country Fest #2.
So I do go back to Jackie's comment a bit, and this is still up for debate, but that is a weird conundrum with the commercial versus a special use permit.
For sure.
I'm not saying, special use permit, I'm jumping up and down, but we're opening a can of worms.
Sure.
And I'm uncomfortable with it.
Yep. And I think, I'd have to look, but for an event of that size, like a Country Fest type thing, I think that's in its own category, like an event that
How about a
large.
Walmart?
Yeah.
Yep.
A truck
Walmart.
stop.
Yep. Truck stop might be, I will have to look.
Dollar General.
But I think that might be industrial, I'm not sure.
Chad,
Dollar General for sure.
I'll open that soon. Okay, any other questions for Natalie?
I do have a question on the water. Now, so there's no water for the proposed cabins, and it says, such as a truck or well. So if they start drilling wells, water on the western side of the Missouri, even my folks, and their well was down 300 feet. There were times when the cows were all drinking and we didn't have water in the house. And the same way with my well, which is the one well was 100 feet deep. And when the development was watering their lawns and stuff and whatever, using water before Missouri West, of course, it was much worse before. But we couldn't water the cows until like maybe nighttime. So, drilling a well is not always the answer.
And that was the applicant's solution to that. If, Missouri West cannot provide water, they would do a well for the cabins.
So then the people that have been living there and using it, the wells and everything, so then they have to put up with no water because of someone that's moving in.
Depending on what the situation is with the water.
So now, just to reiterate and make sure I understand, there has been correspondence with Missouri West, and Abe can build on this. They have capacity for the building. I just want to, maybe you just talked about it and I'm sitting here daydreaming, but I'm just confused because our packet doesn't say anything about the cabins. And just reiterate, why is
that? Sorry. So the cabins would be on wells. That would be the solution for water there.
Okay, the packet, because when I read the packet, I took it as like the fire suppression was tank or
yes, and that would be too. The fire suppression. So Missouri West will not, they cannot provide water for fire suppression and they cannot provide water for cabins.
Okay.
They said that they can serve a 399 person capacity event center.
Okay. So with this being a public venue, and Abe added to your list, I guess, but it's serving more than 25 people, so it becomes I assume a public water system, these wells. So is there a treatment facility? Like, how are we?
No, I checked with Custer. No, there isn't.
Oh, and I'm not talking, this would have to go through DEQ, right? It's a lodging facility.
Nope.
No, 25.
I asked. Yeah.
A campground has to go through DEQ for, a 25-person campground has to go through DEQ for water and sewer. Well, this is a bigger system than 25 campsites.
We should have it in the mic.
Yeah, we should. I'm just, okay. Add it to the list, Abe. Okay, yeah, let's get something else.
I had a couple more questions, Mr. Chair. So, looking at the plat and everything, it looks like Lot 1 is supposed to share the approach, and Lot 1 is still vote ag. I just kind of feel like a rural ag lot like that and the commercial, when it's in operation, it's probably not going to mix very well for whoever ends up owning or building on that lot. again, with the water supply, does the main building have some kind of a shower house, et cetera, for cabins or something? Because we don't have a floor plan, whereas there's a floor plan for the cabins and they show bathroom facilities. With the turn lane study, I'm a little confused because last month when we heard about it, it was 450 to 500 people. Now suddenly, because of the turn lane study, we're at 399, which is one less than what the turn lane study says. That's very confusing.
Right. So
one person less.
Right. So the applicant said that they, I said, do you really want a 500-person facility, or are you happy with 399? And they said they would build it to 399.
I'm just not sure I agree with this logic. And I don't see a concurrence from DOT. I mean, maybe you have one, but it would be nice to have some kind of letter or something.
Abe can probably speak to that.
Mary, while we're talking access, I just want to throw one thing at you, Natalie. Maybe there was discussion last month. What about the single point of ingress and egress? Because I know in subdivisions, I'm going to go back to Honey Hills, I think, right? We've held people pretty strongly to 2 points of ingress and egress with a handful of lots. So now we have 40 cabins, potentially fire-prone area, 500-person venue, 1 point of ingress, egress, and it doesn't seem like we're talking about it. And I think the theme here is, like, to me, a lot of this feels a little shotgun, and we don't have the details we've had on a lot of smaller scale projects, and I just have some concern over it that I'm going to continue to reiterate.
Yeah, I think, and Abe can speak to maybe what DOT said about numbers of approaches. I think there may have been concerns about number in that mile.
But so then, is that a good enough reason to cause a potential hazard? And I guess I'd kind of look to Dwayne for some input from the fire side. I mean, we talk a lot about this. It just seems like here, hundreds of people in the prairie, 1 point of ingress, egress, and it's just like, well, it's too many approaches.
I would have to look at this as not much different than Fort Lincoln Campground. There's a lot of campers down there and a lot of fires down there, and you only got one way in.
Can you speak into the mic?
I look at it like Fort Lincoln, honestly, and that is, there's a lot more campsites down there, and one way in and one way out of that campground anymore. It's temporary use. It's not.
And it's a sin of the past. It's not a new campground. Would we approve a new campground?
That would be my question, and that's where I was going. If you took a look at Fort Lincoln Campground today, would we approve that in its current form? Probably not. I would think, but and the other side of it is the temporary use. You got people out here Friday and Saturday night, doesn't lower the risk factor, but most of the time it's sitting empty. So, yeah. The width of the road, that's the biggest thing. Can you get trucks in and out of there?
Right.
Yeah.
And Mr. Chairman, do we always want 2 points? Yes, of course we do. I can't tell an applicant, you may not bring this forward without 2 points.
Yep.
They bring it forward. We evaluate
For sure.
it.
I'm just bringing it up. It's not mentioned, and it just, again, like I'm always thinking about precedent. And when we tell somebody who's developing 10 acres that they need 2 points of ingress and egress, I just struggle then when something like this, if we don't at least discuss it and put it out there.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yeah.
We approved Harmon Lake, and that's only got 1 point of ingress egress. The water board later bought a lot to access the back. But as far as the campground and the facilities most used by the public, it's only got 1 point of ingress egress, and the county approved that.
Yep.
So I guess I'll add some clarity on the septic code. Abe, another thing for your list. I guess I was curious, asked Natalie the question if any perk testing or anything has been done. Seems like, again, we're just kind of saying, yeah, there's plenty of room, there can be septic. And in general, I generally agree. There's a lot of terrain, makes it more challenging. Without perk testing, the best available data would be the NRCS web soil survey. Ran some saturated hydraulic calcs on that. came up to 120 to 140 minutes per inch, which no, that exceeds administrative code limit for a mound system. 60 minutes to 120 is the limit, or up to 60 minutes is the standard system. 60 to 120 is mounds. 120 greater. Absolutely, I can pull it up. I mean, it's administrative code. 120 minutes per inch. Yeah, well, I mean, save it for the, save it for the mic. And we can debate it. It is the standard in 6203.1, 0312, number 1, mound systems. For soils slower than 120 minutes per inch, either the system needs to be moved or you have to move into the lagoon section. So, the point is, we don't know. That's best available data. Just throwing it out there, or,
Oh, and just for, in speaking with Western Plains staff today, they didn't say not a lagoon system. They just said there would be ways to accommodate.
Absolutely, and I would agree 100% we can accommodate it. I'm going to go back to my concern. These are things that we're usually discussing at preliminary, and then when we get to final, we're talking more detail in terms of. Sure, I guess, yeah, we do talk septic systems on this board pretty frequently, so, yeah.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, did Western Plains indicate if they would be permitting it? Because I believe that this would be a DEQ permit for septic.
Right, and it sounded like regulations are in flux right now because of that legislation, and I guess I don't have a clear answer.
Okay, because
she told me, excuse me.
I believe it would be
She said no,
DEQ.
she said they wouldn't, that Western Plains would not do it, and it's in flux, the way you said.
So it would likely be DEQ.
She didn't say who.
Right, I
That's
think
the only
it's
other
no, maybe at this point, yeah.
So one more, well, actually, there's two more things. So with this being a commercial lot, one of the questions I had recently was if camping is going to be allowed on it, because I know, like, when you go to some of these wedding venues, like, say, the one out east of Bismarck, you're allowed to bring in so many campers. So that's a question.
That would be a different
that I think we need
kind
to
of
answer.
use, but I think we do allow campsites by right in commercial. So again, that would be something.
Is there a certain number?
Like sites?
Yeah, like you can have up to 50 or 10 or.
No, I think it's campsite. We do have specific use standards for campsites, and I'd have to look back at what those are.
And what's allowable in commercial?
Right, yeah.
Okay. And then the other one I struggle with is, I'm not sure about this stormwater management plan. Usually we do get them by this point. It's a commercial lot. Like, I don't know how we could not have a plan submitted or a grading plan. I mean, there's existing stock dams in the northwest corner of the site. Like, I'd like to see something that shows me that that stock dam is not going to impact the neighbor's property. I struggle with that one as well.
And I guess I'll reiterate that we have a waiver from the county engineer again, but unless there's a demonstrated hardship, I think we're violating land use code. And I mean, on this one, we're certainly violating precedent on what we have required from much smaller scale projects in being a stormwater management plan to this board, often on larger sites like this, posted with our packet for the public in this board to review. I know Maria and I at least have often reviewed those. So, yeah.
And I think this is the first month you're seeing the request. We don't typically get requests for waivers.
Exactly. This, like I said, here we have two tonight. I've been on this board a long time, and we've never had that.
And I think the reason is because these are more complicated projects than we tend to see.
I don't think this one is, though. This isn't, I mean, is this different than Honey Hills, where we did require a lot? We scrutinized that.
Yep.
And the way I took this board coming out of the last meeting, and I was online, was, and I voted against Andy's motion, but what I took from Andy was we don't have enough information to understand, or to make an educated decision. I guess that was part of what I heard. We got to send this to final so we have more information, and I guess I'm just not seeing a lot of that information.
Mhm.
When we ask for more information, now we get a waiver.
Mhm.
I guess that's not what I anticipated.
Mhm.
Anything else from the board?
I think Mr. Chair, if I may, I've got one more. This seems like a very expensive project. So I'd like to know a grand scheme of things, like, is this $1 million? Is this $10 million? You know, how is it being funded? How are we sure that this is going to be built the way that it shows to us in our packet? Because, like Jesse, like the chairman, reiterated, Jesse, it just doesn't feel like there's enough information.
That'd be a question to ask you.
But really, is it our business to ask that question? How much it's gonna?
I completely understand your thoughts on the commercial zoning and but I don't think we can ask. We don't
Right.
ask Northern Plains Connector, how are you funding this? We don't ask DAC how they were funding. We don't ask wind towers. Asking the funding piece is tough, but I understand your concern on the commercial side, because there's no guarantee this is being put there. That's what they're showing us. At the same time, if someone came in and said, well, I'd like to zone something commercial just for future use, would we do that because it was in the right location? I don't know. I haven't seen that come up in my time here on the board, but if a person comes in and asks for a commercial lot because it's the right location along the highway, we have that same concern. Would it go through? I don't know, but, take out of the equation what's being built and what's been proposed to us. Is this a good site for a commercial lot? That's kind of how I'm looking at it. I understand the residents that are around there, everything else, but when you start digging too deep into financials or other things.
And maybe that question's more on your conditional use permit type thing, like making sure that we can get, that's the actual project we're gonna get.
Exactly, and
That's
that's
the
kind
question.
and that's the difference here is that I've requested that the applicant provide as much information as they could about the use, but they can submit a commercial rezoning with no detail. And then the board just says, is that the appropriate location or not? They would, if they want to, they can submit an application with zero detail about what they want to do. And I'm not saying the board will approve it, but they can submit it that way if they wanted.
Right.
So any detail that has been given has been unrequired other than the stormwater, because when you rezone, you do need to provide a stormwater plan, but, let's say you have a rezoning to commercial and no idea what will go there. How do you make a stormwater plan because you have no idea what's going to go there?
And
I guess.
In reality, we did that earlier with that lot up at.
Well,
Platinum.
that's not a fine. You mean the
At Platinum, we approved that commercial lot there. We don't know what could go there.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Right,
This is the
but,
second hearing.
right, but next month when that comes back, are we gonna know what's gonna go on that commercial lot? We still don't know what's gonna go on Honey
On Honey
Hills.
Hills, right.
That we have approved, but we said, yeah, that's a good location for a commercial lot.
But we don't know what's gonna go there.
Exactly.
Certainly, so then
yeah.
part of the question here is 80 acres in the middle of nowhere, out in rural Morton County, is that the right spot for 80 acres of commercial, right?
Right.
That's part of what we have to discuss.
Yep.
Kind of independent of what's in front of us.
Exactly.
Exactly. Because it's true that anything could go there. They're not promising, I know they've talked about a wedding event center, but I'm saying, when we approve something like this, we have to understand that we're approving a rezoning. All the detail that you have is voluntary. It could be that it doesn't become that. It's just a commercial rezoning.
Yep. And for clarification, Jesse, it's 38 acres.
Yeah.
It's an 80-acre plot, half of that's staying egg.
Oh, sure.
So,
Yeah, we're looking at 80 acres, right?
You're in the same,
You're right,
in the same,
Yeah.
I agree with you.
38 acres
I
of
agree
commercial.
with you. It's a big chunk in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Well, I don't
It's a good
consider it to
clarification.
be in the
In the
middle
middle
of
of nowhere. Pretty built up, yeah, it's kind of built up. There is a commercial lot on the corner.
Yes.
There's
Yeah, I mean,
gas pumps on the
Look, I
east
spent my whole
side.
life in Morton County. I understand where we're at. I think most people in the room here would agree, like, 40 acres of commercial, it's a little bit,
It's big.
it's not like we're in town.
Yeah, no, it's bigger.
Okay, I don't think, I mean, okay,
For sure.
point taken, it's an ag area.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay.
That I agree.
Go back here.
Anything else for Natalie?
I'm good.
All right, let's open the public hearing. Jen, I'm actually, if it's okay with you, I want to let Abe go first, the applicant, sorry. You beat me to it, I'm sorry.
Good evening, Abe Almer with ILSE again. On this property, there's multiple things that you guys have discussed and want me to bring up. Reading the email from Brad Kurzman from the DOT Traffic Operations has reviewed the traffic study. No turning lane is warranted for the seasonal event center currently. Let me know if you need anything else. And that was still with the 400 to 500 people. So the state has reviewed it and turned around and said no, even though there was the daily traffic per one day would require it, knowing that it's in an event center, that it's not happening every day, the state turned around and said no, it's not warranted. For the septic, Jesse, you touch on some good points. I design septics all over the state. I design treatment plants. I deal with this all the time. There's plenty of ways to find a way on a site like this to deal with something without doing the lagoon. I have looked at the soils, but I am one to have an actual soils test before I put my stamp on it because I want to know exactly what my percolation rates are. For this type of system, we were thinking about doing cluster systems for the cabins, meaning four cabins on one system, one septic tank, one drain field, which is allowable and does not have to go through DEQ for those cabins. As for the event center, I know that Western Plains has done event centers in the past. I don't know where they stand and when that transition might go to NDDEQ. If it does, we'll have to follow the code to make sure that's designed properly as well. So I feel comfortable with the septic on the site. As for the well, there's a maximum that can be on a well. In a campground system though, if you treat it as a campground system, it could be one major well for that whole area if you treated it that way. I would probably suggest the developer that he does multiple in kind of cluster areas to say, okay, these eight are on one well, these 8 are on one well, that sort of thing. But at the same time, you need to drill a well to make sure that you have the water and capable, and depending on the water volume and stuff that you can pump, you might have to have multiple wells for different areas. I didn't bring a piece of paper, so I didn't write down all the list items. I know fire was a big issue that was brought up. I deal with fire code a lot. Typically, it's the second access is only required if you have 30 units or more, or more than 30 units is actual code. So in this case, I would say that he might be limited to 30 cabins to be able to have that single access like that. At a certain point, however, this is a commercial site with that's actually up to fire to decide that, if you ask me. It's always up to fire for safety.
Hey, just to interrupt you on that, so does that typically come with the building permits?
For the fire access and everything?
Well, you're discussing fire with 30, 40.
So the fire code like that with the secondary access is typically brought up in the review process. We typically, bigger cities, Mandan, Bismarck, stuff like that, will have the fire evaluate every project like this and red flag it if it's, hey, there's more than 30 units, we have to have a secondary access. So, and what other? Trying to remember all the points. Like I said, I didn't bring a piece of paper.
I mean, I think you've touched on my water, sewer.
The turn lane. And
I don't know if there's a lot to discuss on stormwater, you know.
Going on stormwater, like Natalie said, this is a commercial lot. We have given you a layout of what we're proposing. We weren't required to do that. My submittal to the county engineer was that our post would meet our pre once we're developed. And I know in my field, I do this every day on multiple projects, that I have to meet pre-flows leaving my site. And so I don't really have a problem with this site knowing that I can make this work. There's plenty of terrain in here and plenty of areas that I can detain the water to meet those pre's. So what we asked in the waiver letter was to create it or to make it a stipulation that once full design is done, that stormwater requires that pre-flow to be met, which is standard in cities, counties, everywhere pretty much, and state. With that, it was, as I understand it, our county engineer pretty much said, yes, I can review it once the design is done and make sure that it meets the the post meets the pre-flows. So that's what we're asking for.
Anything else, Maria, that you can think of that Abe?
I think you touched on all of it. Looks like it.
Well, we know where to find you, Abe.
I'm over here.
Thank you. Okay, Chad, you're.
First of all, I want to apologize. I smell like a sale barn. Been at the sale barn all day, but I'm not going to apologize to anybody that wants to build right next to my feedlot for smell. This is just ridiculous. You know, that field. Can you put that up this year? Yeah. Well, you can see my place there. But on the other side of the tree rows, there's a field there. Probably 50 yards, 60 yards from the tree rows. Then you can see when you get through the tree rows are all my buildings. And putting 30 campsites on there, whatever, it's a danger to my family, to my livestock, to everything I've ever worked for. Could go up in flames and right there in that spot. You know, when they're talking about digging wells, I got 3 wells that can't even service my place. I have to turn on the wheel ladder once in a while to service it. Now they're going to take more water. This is all ridiculous. Like Chief Adams said, once you guys make this commercial, they can build anything there, welding shops, truck stops, bars, whatever, if this don't go through. So, I mean, are they going to build a chain link fence 20 feet high so I don't get all that garbage and all this stuff in my place? It's just a danger. 200 days, at least 200 days out of the year, the wind blows out of the north and northwest. Well, I'm just south of there. And now you're going to let 200 people camp there. We go on rodeos on weekends, we do things. We can go home with nothing left in our house, nothing left in our shop. I mean, it's a hazard to the whole community, but it's no bigger hazard than me. And anyone of you sitting there, if you lived right there, you wouldn't even be talking about this right now. And you know that. So it's just, I don't know what else to say other than that. There's a half-mile setback on this place that if you go to that approach where they put in, it goes dang near the other end of my feedlot before you get a half mile. And it's, like I say, it borders my land. It's a couple hundred yards from all my buildings, all my, everything I have in that one spot could be gone in a day or an hour. And so, you know, the lady come up here last time and talked about, over there at, Blackburn Ranch, that they got a nice, big place, so yeah, but they don't let 200 people stay there to burn them out. They got 10,000 acres of their land surrounding it, so they got no neighbors to worry about. But I do, and I have neighbors to the north of me that it's just, it's not a place for this. And then, you know, like I said, unless you're guaranteed to build this place, why would you commercial? Then they can just put anything in there, anything they want. You know, there's no contract signed that it's just what they're gonna build. It's a multi-million complex. Maybe they can explain it to me. But, I've been worried about this for a whole month since this last meeting, but you guys, it's in your hands, but just put your house right where mine is and then see how you vote then.
Thank you, Chad.
Sorry, I'm like 5 feet tall here, so. My name is Courtney Fleck. My husband Brett and I live on County Road 138A, neighboring Jason and Christina Crane to the west. We are a young couple who value opportunity and reasonable investment when appropriate. However, we cannot support the proposed wedding venue in the cabin development for several important reasons. As stated directly in the packet provided, this property is not considered ideal for residential zoning due to its proximity to the feedlot. If it is not suitable for residential use, why would it be appropriate to commercially zone it to host up to 400 people for events where guests would be looking at it, smelling, and having their event next to the backside of a feedlot while also overlooking neighboring homes and properties? This proposal not only jeopardizes the working operations of Chad's feedlot, but it also discourages for future generations, his children and grandchildren, from wanting to continue the hard work and legacy built there due to the liabilities, legal challenges, and conflicts that could arise from being next to a commercial event venue. In addition, this property would require excessive grading and dirt work because of the natural waterway and existing landscape. Development would significantly alter water runoff patterns, putting Thomas's property at serious risk for water retention issues and corrals around their shops and near additional dwellings. This project would also negatively impact neighboring families' quality of life. It takes away the ability for the Cranes, Renners, and Hartman's ability to teach their children to hunt. It limits their peace of mind when leaving their homes and livestock unattended, knowing there could be a 400-plus person event happening right in their backyard. The packet states the venue is only expected to host events at a full 400-person capacity approximately 12 times per year. Realistically, that is difficult to believe. If a business can operate at full profitability more often, it likely will. Even at the projected 12 events annually, that still brings 4,800 strangers into our immediate neighborhood every year. We chose to purchase land outside of city limits because we value rural living, agriculture, and the opportunity to raise livestock in our family without the constant disruption of parties, large groups of strangers in our backyard every weekend. Young people committed to agriculture are becoming a dying breed, and developments like this make that lifestyle even harder to preserve. Throughout the formal proposal, there are also repeated phrases stating the developer intends to do this or that, but as the saying goes, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Intentions are not guarantees. Simply the photos submitted for the proposed venue come straight from Pinterest boards. They do not reflect reality, they reflect unknowns and idealized possibilities. Anything can look good on paper. Lastly, as someone who recently had a 500-person attendee wedding, I know there are already plenty of suitable venues nearby, including Fort Lincoln State Park, Burleigh County 4-H Building, Civic Center, former Dakota, just to name a few. These locations can accommodate large events without sacrificing the integrity, value, and hard work for the families who already live and work here. We strongly oppose this request and sincerely hope you do so as well.
Thank you, Courtney.
My name's Jason Crane. I live at 2152 County Road 138A. My land is adjacent to the west side of this property. And Andy, you brought up the fact that, this all comes down to water, and Missouri West will not give them water for their cabins or fire suppression. And why would you need to zone it to commercial if there's no water? And if you do drill wells, you're going to run Chad out of water. Like he said, he has 3 wells to water 1,000 head of cattle. I mean, so those are all very valid points. And yes, I do oppose this. And then, yeah, how many wells would it actually take to support 40 cabins? I mean, I grew up with 100 cows drinking every night in the wintertime because a neighbor had cows at her place or whatnot, and you couldn't flush a toilet. You couldn't take a shower. I mean, that was every night. You had to work your schedule around, even being a young kid. I mean, it might be 8 or 10 o'clock by the time you could actually take a shower at night. And, the whole fact that there's more plans of development in the area too. It's like a mile north of this in the Maverick division. There's plans of 60 houses going in, and you guys have already promised them water. I mean, you can't promise these guys any more water than what you have. And, after there's 60 houses there, am I going to have water? I mean, are my neighbors all going to run out on Missouri West? And I know for a fact, like your discussion earlier about the subdivision north of town, there's people by Harmon that are running out of water. There's people out west by New Salem that are running out of water. We're going to be the next ones to run out of water too. And yeah, I spoke to Karen Garvey this morning. She's on vacation, but she took my call and told me all this again, that yes, you are short of water north of town, you're short of water west of town, and yeah, you're not approved for 40 cabins. I also, Abe, have been talking to Brad Kurzman the last couple of weeks on the phone and exchanging emails. God damn thing. And, you say you guys want to build a 450 to 500 person event center, and then you turn in your report for your traffic study for 400 people, and you're going to tell me that if 400 people or 401 people show up, or 450 people show up, you're actually going to turn them away and turn that money away? I mean, you're going to have somebody there counting at the door? So you can't rely on that number, and then you say that, oh, we have 399 people, and we don't have to have a turn lane. It says you do have to have a turn lane for 400 plus people, because they're going to show up. And your turn lane has to be 710 feet long. That literally starts at the north border by your agricultural buffer zone and Frank's property. And then your approach that you have is a shared approach for, like you said, the agricultural part of this. And you're supposed to fit 400 plus people into this venue on a shared approach that does not meet dimensions, which can be built up to meet dimensions, but you still don't have a safe way for people in and out in case of an emergency. If it gets blocked by a fire or a traffic accident, somebody breaks down, I mean a blizzard, all things can happen overnight, and you couldn't safely get people in and out of there. And you already are at the 5 approaches per limit, per mile, and you can't get another one. You have 783 feet to your south boundary, and you need 750 feet between them. And that south boundary is on a hill. I mean, the amount of dirt you guys would have to move and the millions of dollars spent to achieve this, I mean, across this whole area, I mean, you're riding a skinny hilltop covered in rocks. I mean, you will level the entire place, and your stormwater problem. It's like, okay, you look at the topographical map, and from the west side to the east side, it's a 75-foot drop over half a mile. And it already does run down to the bottom, but it's like, that's a hell of a lot of water, especially when you start hard surface and everything, it doesn't soak in. But
Jason, I'll give you one more minute. I did intend to establish a time limit like we did last month, and I didn't. I'll be gracious on this, but let's try to hold everybody to 3 to 5 minutes.
And with 90%, like the traffic study also showed that 95% of the traffic coming to this would be coming from the north, from Mandan. And, you know, you need a right-hand turn lane because, yeah, all the traffic is coming that way. But 95% of those people came from Mandan means they're going back to Mandan. So you need a left-hand turn lane too. So what this all boils down to is that there isn't sufficient water. You'll be violating North Dakota state setback rules from a 1,000-head feedlot. It threatens existing egg businesses. It is spot zoning and is not compatible with current egg operations. You don't have and can't get safe access in and out of this property. And if you approve this and people die in an emergency situation due to the lack of accessibility into this property, the blood is on your hands. So here's your chance to stop it before it happens. Thank you.
Thanks, Jason.
Hi, my name's Frank Thomas. I live on the lot right to the north of there. And like Chad said, put yourself in, put that, your house where his is at. We'll put your house where mine's at. We were asking for the AI there, we heard that they were asking for a 3-mile buffer. I'm 239 yards from where they want to do that. And if you go look at the decibels from a data center to a full-bore venue going on with a live band and stuff, it's way louder than what an AI center, but I'm not going to compare that. But you just look at that, when we purchased that property, it was real residential. And that's why we bought it, because it was real residential. We didn't think that the commercial part was going to come to us, because that's what we're paying real residential taxes. We're out in the country, but we're still paying as a residence in there. And then now to have a venue like this coming, I farm and I got trucks, and an approach that I got to try to get out of there in a timely manner with the traffic we got now, it's tough. On a Saturday night or a Friday night, I might as well forget about it. If I gotta go somewhere, you might as well forget about trying to get out. And it's like Jason said there with turning lanes and stuff. I know with the approaches there, it's been a fight for a long time for Norm to get approach in there, and I felt bad for him. I mean, we worked it out, getting into his pasture and stuff, and he got it to get into his pasture. But yeah, like Chad said, put yourself in my spot where I live. Would anybody want to have a venue right next to their house with all that going on? And like Chad said, chain link fences and stuff only holds garbage. It don't stop it when you go look in the road ditches down there. But you guys know all the laws and the codes that goes with that half-mile setback from Chad's feedlot to there. But that's up to you guys. I mean, how you guys got to determine that. I'm just telling you about where I live. It's the map don't even do it justice from when you're in my yard. Some of you probably have been out there and looked and probably actually seen there's just a little dam between my house from my land from that, and that's it, and they're there. And like Chad said, if you got the right wind blowing somewhere, somebody out in the parking lot smoking a cigarette or something, the fire trucks, by the time they'd get there, everything would be gone. It would be gone. So the water stuff, you guys know all the do's and don'ts. I can't tell you what your guys' jobs with that. Only thing I can tell you is what I bought for rural residential, and now the plans want to change. And yeah, so we got horses there and stuff, expensive horses, no different than Chad's got bulls, and all it takes is one kid or two kids to go and get a little rowdy and open up a gate. Next thing you know, they're out on the highway and they're dead. Or one of the kids get kicked. Go in there and try to pet the horses and they get kicked. Who's liable for that? There's just a lot of liability with fire and these, and it's really close for what we got out there. I believe there's a place for them venues, but we got such a beautiful place out there with with our landscape and stuff, and to put a wedding venue out there in the middle of nowhere, it just don't make sense. Thank you.
Thanks, Frank.
I think you get two different topics too. Same reiteration, not this one, data centers.
Hello, my name is Eric Crane. I live on off of County Road 138. I spoke at the last meeting about traffic issues. I'd like to touch on that a little bit again. Ms. Tomac, you were started out exactly where I was thinking. It seemed awfully sketchy that the venue went from 500 people a month ago to 399 now. To me, that seems like a pander to not spend the extra money to put in a turn lane. It just seems like a ploy to me. So you cut down 20% of your occupancy, therefore you cut down potentially 20% of your revenue. All the plans that were submitted, there's no reduction in the size of the event center. There's no reduction in this amount of cabins. That doesn't add up to me. At the last meeting, Mr. Keelan told Mr. Renner that he expected the project to cost about $6 million. So 20% of your revenue, $1.2 million. If you're cutting out that much profit, why wouldn't you scale back on your building to be profitable sooner? The whole thing just doesn't make sense to me. I don't believe that this is the true intention of the land and that it wants to be changed to commercial use for a different idea. So this is just a way to try to get people on board. That's my stand on this. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric.
Hi, I'm Christina Crane. Live at 138A. We barter. We are adjacent to the backside of this property. There are a few things. Chad's setback rules. Again, I would also say that it's half a dozen this, half a dozen that. Either way, it's residential, whether you put cabins or you put a house there. You're violating your own laws on your setback rules. The noise. You guys went around and around and around about data centers. These create just as much noise, if not more. You're worried about putting data centers somewhere. Why aren't we worried about where we would put a wedding venue when there's already established homes? And they're on the, if they are actually, which I don't believe that they are actually going to put a wedding venue there, if they are, it's on the weekends when most people are home. So it's the most disturbance. Think about that. Long day at work, Friday night you just want to come home, not hear anything, and that's all you hear. Your future land use plan, it doesn't jive. You have it as ag, not commercial. And in fact, on your future land use plan, 1.5, it is a priority of the industry to put it in directed areas of the 2020 or 2045 plan. This is not commercial. You have commercial other places, so you're already violating your plan. There's one way in, there's one way out. We've heard that, yes, it may not, because if we reduce the plant or the cabins, where are they going to go? Blizzards are one thing, fires are another. We have law enforcement on the board. People panic. You all know people panic. Just the fact that something would happen and they all try to go out the same way, you're already causing more issues. Chad brought up, or I should say Frank brought up, people getting rowdy. I've been there, we've all been there, young and dumb, and a gate gets left open or whatever, a horse gets on the highway, a bull gets on the highway. Not only is that going to be a hindrance to anybody driving, now we've lost thousands of dollars for the people that own the bulls, own the horses. Who is liable for that? I guess my last thing is the size of the cabins, if it actually is, which again I don't believe it is. You guys have a rule in your land use codes that only 30% of the land can be under roof. 30%. Now, I did look at the Pinterest clipping of a 22 by 22 cabin with a bedroom and a toilet and a kitchen. My kids' rooms are 16 by 16. I don't think I could fit all that in there. That was the one bedroom. It says 20 and 20. There's 2 bedroom ones too. How big were those? At least double, probably 4 times as big. I guess the last thing is a commercial use when we don't know what's actually going to go there, that close to residential, it's not a good use of egg land. We have so little egg land that we need to know exactly what's going there. Please stop and think about this. Would you want your houses there? Thank you.
Thanks, Christina.
Hi, my name is Judy Fries. My property actually borders the Thomas property. And I didn't plan anything, but I just want to share something that is the truth. Coming by, like where Rock and Carla live, and it's kind of a decline down, you know. It's higher in declines. I am not kidding you. That is the passing zone, and that goes right by this venue place. I have held my breath so many times when I'm out in my yard working. I like to keep by our driveway. I like to keep that nice and neat, and I see 3 motorcycles coming from the north, and one of the cycles taken on 2 pickups that are also heading south, coming from the north. And I can't even watch because that cycle is not going to get in. And I've seen twice where the pickup going north had to take the ditch. That is a passing zone area there, and that goes right by where the venue would be. I can't imagine what a traffic issue that would be there, and I know because I've seen it so many times, and it just scares me. I can't imagine. You know, we have, I don't know if you people realize how much traffic there is on Highway 6. I didn't know that until we moved there. But we have so much machinery moving by, big outfits, I mean, big long outfits. I just can't, and they're going in the summertime when all this, you know, this could be going on. And just the traffic issue, I mean, for this farm equipment, you have to slow down. And I'm telling you, I see motorcycles putting the pedal to the metal when they come across that hill and go down. Like I say, I'm in favor of development, of course I am, but that just isn't the proper place. And I wish I could say that it is, but it isn't. There's just too many factors. Another thing, you know, when the south wind comes, and well, there's the Thomas property between, but you know, we can smell Chad's feedlot, but I don't care. I am a rancher. I was a ranch wife, grew up on a ranch and a ranch wife all my life, and that to me is a good smell. I mean, Chad's got an awesome, you know, place going there. But do you even think that people that are out at this, you know, a wedding and, you know, maybe having a campfire or something, and of course, they'd be even a little closer to Chad's. Do you think they're gonna appreciate that smell from that feedlot? I don't, I know they wouldn't. So, those are just my heartfelt suggestions, that there's just so many reasons why it shouldn't be at that place. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Judy.
My name is Carla Ani Sar. I live right north of 138A, just right north of Judy's place. What I've heard tonight, and I can't say that I knew very much about this before I came here tonight. I've heard a lot of things that have educated me. I have to say that this whole proposal sounds kind of half-baked. It seems like there's so much that's not known. Things that maybe, yes, I think, well, we could. That just doesn't sound like sound business practice to me. And in my opinion, if we can't have water, if we can't have fire suppression out on the prairie where prairie fires are all over the place all the time, if we can't have proper access, and if we can't ensure the safety of the people that will be at this venue, the kids, the parents, with the surrounding feedlot and the surrounding farm, I don't understand why you would do it. So that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Carla.
Oh, go ahead. You're good.
I just said thank you. Thanks, Carla.
Lynn Guston, Mandan Rural Fire Chief. It's, this project and the others in order here are extremely tough on me for heartstrings, because you're dealing with lifelong neighbors, lifelong friends, members of the fire department and all that, and I guess I'm not up here to, to try and talk down this venue project or what. All I know is, as a safety aspect of it, if it gets approved, they need to put in a turning lane. Because I've been living there almost 60 years on Highway 6. Yeah, and a lot of times at night, Thursday, Friday evenings, you're going to see sometimes 30, 40, 50 motorcycles in a row going out down to Rusty's, going back in at dusk. The farm equipment nowadays, you'll see sometimes 2 combines, 2 headers, how many grain carts all in a row going, they'll take over a half a mile down the highway. You got a bunch of people, even if you have even 300 out there, you're talking 2 people, 150 to 200 vehicles at any given time, maybe in the evenings. Something's going to happen. It's way too much traffic for that area, congestion. If they don't put in a turning lane, like I said, I'm not trying to go against what's going on here, because it's tough for me either way. I know landowner rights. I wouldn't want anybody telling me that I couldn't sell my land for something, which is right. Do the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few? It's a whole thing here. We got to, and at silage chopping time, like in September, they haul thousands and thousands of tons of silage from the north to Chad's place, and they go 18 or 20 hours a day. Sometimes they're hauling silage till midnight, 2 in the morning. When are the weddings going to come out? When are they over with? We've had, I haven't got the figures with me, but we have had, I don't know how many accidents. That has just been a bad 138A and Highway 6 accidents, bad accidents over the last 2 years. It's been increasing. We add more traffic to it, and without a turning lane, I'll guarantee you there's going to be carnage there. Just from, like I said, I got almost 60 years experience living there on Highway 6. So I hope, if you consider putting this in, it needs to get, even if there's 300 people, 400 people, 450, there needs to be a turning lane put into this, because it's not going to be good if we don't. So like I said, I thank you for your time, and that's my...
Thanks, Lynn.
No.
Hello, I'm Paul Hartman. I live right in between Jason and AJ. They're right on 138A. And I guess pretty much Chad's lot, all that, you guys are jeopardizing all that for them guys. I just don't think it's a good, I'm not against any venues, but that's not a good place. And the fire thing, we got enough issues with that, worrying about that. I guess everybody's touched on everything in here. I don't know what more I can tell you. It's just not a good area.
Thanks, Paul.
Late afternoon board. I'm Chris Dietz, right? I don't live anywhere near this. I travel that road many, many times, right? I know lots of these folks that live there beside him, right? My question is, is there a study, do we still do a study on police support, fire? Do we still do studies on that? I haven't been to a board meeting in quite a while. Is that still done? Question, anybody? That supports, well, like, is there enough? Go ahead.
So we circulate these applications to all the stakeholders. You know, we hope that people provide comments if there are issues. When you say study, we have never done official studies about can fire support, can police support, so that's the answer.
Well, you know, and that's something to think about, right? Like we've all been talking. We're going to increase traffic with this venue, and then, of course, a place without a fire suppression system, right? Can this be supported of those things? So that's all I have to say. Just more thoughts, right?
I could, you can get that information. The Sheriff's Department, they keep pretty good statistics. The Highway Patrol will also have the statistics. Rural Fire Department, you know, those things within those people that provide emergency services on those roadways, and a lot of roadways they have pretty good information on that. Now, whether or not, you know, they checked with it and made it part of their information data, I don't know, but the information is out there.
Sure, thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Hi, my name is Norm Frederick. I am the owner of this property. All them yellow lots, which is most of the people I talked to tonight, I sold them in 2007. Now I'd like to develop this other half. The feedlot below was developed in 2008. My farm is just on the east side of the highway there. There is so much water, it's unbelievable. I have an artesian right in that farm there. The water is never an issue in this area. As far as the approach, I worked with Brad Kurzman, built it to his specs. The flat base is 24-inch, easily wide enough for 2 vehicles, and the culvert is a 24, which is their recommendations. And also in that pasture, there's a well, it's probably that little white spot right next to Frank Thomas. There's a 320-foot deep well there with water coming 20 feet to the top. There is an abundance of water in that area. Thank you.
Thanks, Norm.
Good evening. My name is Frankie Berry. I just want to say that I support the development of a multi-purpose venue in Mandan, not only because I am personally invested through my relationship with the family, but also because I serve as the membership engagement coordinator at the Bismarck Mandan Chamber EDC. I believe this is a meaningful investment into our community's future, especially as a destination for weddings and celebration. First, because of the unique community impact. Right now, many couples are forced to look outside of Mandan to find a venue that fits their vision and size, honestly, too. This venue gives people the chance to celebrate life's biggest moments right here at their home. It becomes more than just a building. It's where weddings happen, where families gather, and where our community creates lasting memories together. Second, for job opportunities. Weddings and events bring together an entire network of people, caterers, decorators, photographers, and more. This venue will not just create jobs within its walls, but it will support the local entrepreneurs and small businesses across Mandan, helping them grow and succeed. And third, to bring outside dollars into our community. Events bring guests from out of town. Those visitors aren't just attending an event, they're experiencing Mandan. They're grabbing coffee at Copper Dog, enjoying dinner at Old 10, staying in our hotels, and supporting the businesses that make our community what it is. That's new money flowing directly into our local economy. So this isn't just about building a venue, it's about keeping our celebrations local, creating opportunities for our own people, and inviting others to experiencing everything Mandan has to offer. Thank you.
Thank you, Frankie.
My name is Brett Fleck. I just live on 138A. Just a question. What is the county's stand on who holds the liquor license to something like this? Are they going to cater everything in? I mean, if it's a venue of this size, there's going to be a permanent bar structure. Has that zoning or planning come about?
Natalie, I'll let you elaborate.
So basically, people can get their liquor license, they have to buy them, and I actually don't know if the county has a set amount. I know, okay, yeah, so I mean, basically, if you can get the license, you hold the license. If you can't, it's transferable too. A lot of times they'll have like a traveling bartender set up that has a license elsewhere, and then they can bartend here. It wouldn't be any different than any other venue, restaurant, event center that goes anywhere in Morton County. I mean, they still have to follow the rules that exist.
That answer it, Brett? Okay. Thanks for the question.
One last quick component. I provide trauma, surgery, and general surgery services to the surrounding community as a provider. In regards to what was asked earlier in response times of, fire, police, everything, we currently just did a study of this for our trauma surgeon board. In the average response time on Highway 6 to this location is 20 to 23 minutes. Anytime that you have a response time over 10 minutes, 7 to 11 minutes, you increase your mortality by over 40% in the incident of a trauma or an accident. So that's just something to keep in mind, that you're putting your family and guests at over an increased risk of 40% per the delayed response time that it takes to get to a rural community like this if you would zone a commercial.
Thanks. Chad, real quick, because
yeah, what if somebody fires a gun inside that building and there's 500, 400? They say 399, but there ain't nobody gonna count. There's 399 or 500. What's gonna happen? How are they gonna get out on that one? And that's a shared exit. And if you look over that way, that's Norm Fredericks' farm there. He's got a lot of land right there. Maybe he's got that artesian well right there. Maybe he should put it right next to his house.
Chad. So I do want to try to let all new speakers, sorry Chad, just new speakers come up.
Hi, Board and Commission. My name is Lori Lochner, and I'm a citizen of Mandan. Many couples today want destination weddings or large ceremonies that can accommodate hundreds of guests. Our city currently lacks venues that comfortably host 400 plus people, forcing residents to travel outside of our city. A new venue would allow local couples to host full-scale weddings without leaving our area, keeping both families and spending here local. In addition to boosting spending, a venue like this size would create valuable jobs and opportunities within our community. From event coordinators, maintenance staff, hospitality workers, partnerships with your caterers, decorators, photographers, florists, and service providers. This venue would support both full-time and part-time employment. It would also create opportunities for small business growth, giving us a place to showcase their services and expand their reach. By hosting these large weddings, we attract out-of-town guests who spend money in our town, hotels, dining, shopping, and entertainment in our city. Having the cabins on site allow guests to stay nearby, extending their visit and increasing their spending in our city. Combining a venue with nearby cabins makes the city a more attractive option for destination weddings, corporate retreats, and even family reunions. Guests can enjoy multi-day celebrations without worrying about traveling logistics, enhancing their overall experience. The venue plus cabin model encourage longer stays, which is great for our tourism and local businesses in our area. The venue could be used for more than just weddings, conferences, graduations. A lot of people don't even have places to have graduation parties anymore. Baby showers, bridal showers, just charity events. The list can go on. And it doesn't have to be those 400 people. It can be less. Neighboring cities might already have these facilities, meaning we lose potential tourism and economic activity. This venue with cabins positions the city as a regular hub for large events, making it a go-to destination. In closing, I would just like to say that a venue that accommodates 400 guests paired with nearby cabins is more than just a facility. It's an economic engine, a tourism magnet, and a community hub. It keeps local money local, attracts visitors, and strengthens our city reputation as a desirable event destination. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori.
My name's Jared Ernst from St. Anthony. I guess I really don't have a dog in the fight too much like Chad or some of the local guys do. I do travel Highway 6 and there is a lot of travel, but I guess one thing that we're trying to build a house in South Dakota on some property that we bought. And I think around here too, if we have one bedroom, we need the septic and one run for each bedroom. Now he mentioned putting one septic tank and one run for 4 cabins. If you're going to cut corners, it seems like it's a way to cut corners. If you're cutting corners on that, what else are you cutting corners on? I mean, I'm all for development and progress and stuff, but if it's going to be zoned commercial and this doesn't go through, well, hey, can we put in a gun range there next year if this doesn't go through? I mean, you're opening it up to a country that's losing a lot of rural agricultural production ground already to something that's really unknown. If this doesn't go through, what could go next? So I guess that's kind of my thoughts.
Thanks, Jared.
Can I have one comment?
Let me just check are there any other new speakers? Then Norm, I'll let you. I just want to try to let.
Steve Keelan, I'm the developer, I guess. I'm really not going to say much, but I'll answer you guys' questions, whatever you guys might have. If you guys have any questions, go ahead and fire them at me, I guess.
Any questions for Steve?
I guess, the one thing is, the water thing, that's really not an issue. Seems like everybody's talked to Karen, so, I mean, and they keep making their own assumptions on what the water is, it's good or bad or whatever the case might be. I do want to say that the venue and the cabins are 2 different phases. That's what I did put on there. That was never mentioned tonight. The water suppression system, does anybody know how it works? Besides Dwayne? Because I've been on the Mandan Fire Department for 35 years and I study water systems, so fire suppression systems. I can't believe that somebody would ask to put a venue up without having a suppression system. I mean, it's just kind of crazy. You know what I'm saying? But I'm here to answer any questions. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Steve, a lot of events that are wedding dances and a lot of dancing and things are required, I believe they're required in a way to have security people working at these events.
Correct, yep.
So in other words, if you have an event going out there, you would be required to have at least 2, I believe, security officers present, working during the activity going on at these events.
That's correct, yes. So, I mean, we're not really trying to jump through the hoops. I mean, we're going to follow all the regulations. Talked to Sheriff Kirkmeyer. He didn't have one issue about the event center and the traffic or anything about it.
Yeah. So, yeah, I just wanted to, point out that there was some concern about safety and the type of people, hell raising that could go on, and with security working out there and the right kind of security, this would be minimized for sure.
I guess the way I look at it ain't no different than Rusty's. I mean, what happens if somebody pulls a gun at Rusty's bar? What happens?
All 25 people run, not 400.
Anything else, Steve?
No, I'm just waiting for questions.
I got a question.
Yeah, sorry, Chad.
Fire suppression, you're gonna have the prairie, people around the fire trucks, and the people light the prairie on fire?
From where's the fires from?
All right, hey, guys, we're not gonna have a conversation. Okay.
That's it.
Sorry, Chad. Just any questions for Steve? Anything else from you, Steve?
No, I'm good.
Again, my name's Norman Frederick. As far as the traffic on this highway, yeah, we know it's bad. People not paying attention, definitely happens. That approach, working with Brad Kurzman, has a minimum of 3/4 miles north and south, clear vision, nothing in the way. Frank Thomas is a little worse as he comes down that hill, I understand that. But we are partially up on the hill again, and there's good vision for 3/4 mile, if not a mile and a half north, and a good 3/4 mile south. Thank you.
Thanks, Norm. All right, are there any other new speakers?
Dave Beachel from Mandan. Don't have a dog in the fight, but I think Dennis brings up some very good points. There's a lot of things that are going to go on here. You're not taking away these people's property rights. If somebody wanders from this event center into his yard, any of the neighboring yards, what would you do now? Call the cops, call the sheriff. It's trespassing. Those things are still there. There's arguments that we can't shoot our guns. Well, those are property rights. Those are not being taken away because of this event center. There's a lot more people there. I understand that. If tomorrow a fire breaks out, goes to the south and wipes Chad Berger out, it's not the fault of the event center at this point. A fire can happen anytime. Any of that stuff can happen at any time. There's other venues out there that have the same issues. It just sounds like a lot of this is, they don't want it in their backyard. I don't blame them. That is a true concern. It encroaches on everything they've been comfortable with at this point. But a lot of these issues don't come from their enforcement. They're things like that. We're making up scenarios so that we can make this sound like a doomsday situation. These are people that will come to use this place. If there's problems, there's fire people to do this. Yeah, might be a response, but it's a response anywhere else in the county that you're gonna have a problem with. Same with the sheriff. If there's somebody trespassing, they're gonna show up, they're gonna do what they do. I'd love to be there when the first person climbs over Chad's fence and goes and rides one of his bulls. I wanna see it. It's gonna be awesome. But, I mean, I don't think he's had a problem with that as of now, and I can't, when you start talking about these situations, I think they're sensationalized just so that we can get to the point that this doesn't want to be there. So.
Thanks, Dave. Let me just check if anybody new.
My name is Steve Crane, and I live in the Maverick Edition. And this summer I get to look forward to pulling some more garden hoses. I probably have to buy at least 2 50-gallon tanks and another pump to run my sprinkler system, because right now we can't run 2 sprinklers at a time. We have 1.6 acre lot with trees that we have bought and planted. So the lawn has to be watered. The trees have to be watered. Right now we have 26 houses in there with people living in them. 3 being built right now as I speak. 57 more to be built. And we have a water problem. There's times I have to flush the toilet twice. Winter isn't as bad as summer, but summer's coming. So it means cows are drinking more. People are filling tanks for sprayers out in the field. The traffic, yes, traffic. I'm home most of the time. There's a lot of traffic on Highway 6, back and forth, any time of day and night. 3 o'clock in the morning, I can wake up, I can see Highway 6, and semis are heading north. So it doesn't matter what time of day, the traffic issue is an issue. And the little dips, I always warned my kids in it when they were learning how to drive. Them little dips, you can't see if there's something in the bottom. From here to here to here. And you come on them dips, if there's a no passing zone, don't pass. Because there could be something in that bottom and you'll never see it quick enough to stop. So basically, fire hazard for this so-called venue, if that's what they're going to put there. Again, we don't know. Next month they could say, oh, we kind of threw that off to the side, now we want to put this there. Because it is commercial, and we can do what we want now. So, there's too many holes in this balloon to make it fly. Bad neighbor, like they said, you want it in your backyard? I'm 2 miles north of it. I don't want it in my backyard. 46th Street runs east and west off Highway 6, and the trucks move on that road a lot. So there's times we can't even open our windows because if the wind is coming out of the south, the house will be filled with dirt. Which we know. We moved there. We know. So they didn't move into our neighborhood, we moved into theirs. So there's some things we accept. But the water thing, yeah. Now I have to spend extra money on tanks and pumps and a few more hoses that my wife and I will pull around the yard, make sure everything looks nice. And we spend a lot of money on land, on the grass, on the trees, and a lot of work. So, like I said, there's too many holes in this balloon to make it fly. And I am a certified pilot, so I know what I'm talking about. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. So, given that it is 9:15 and we still have 2 items on the agenda, I am going to prohibit second trips to the podium. Sorry. So if there are any new speakers that still would like to come up, now's your chance. Okay, I'll do last call for the public hearing. Okay, I'll close the hearing. Thanks, everyone. Thoughts from the board? Initial thoughts, discussion.
Mr. Chairman, Mike Chemnitz used to be the head of Missouri West Water. And when they designed Missouri West Water, I can tell you that Mike told us that several times, that the water system is not designed to water lawns and trees. It's designed for house use. So that's why we're running into problems with a lack of water, especially in the summertime. I have the same thing. I'm on the same system, and I have to watch how much water I use or water judiciously so that I know when I can water my garden and my lawn. I don't water my whole lawn, I just water the front so nobody can see the back. So, except me and my husband. But that's the way, that's how Missouri West Water was designed. And I don't know, with fire suppression, maybe somebody like Lynn can answer this. I've been told by an individual that in our development, we're 3 miles north of town. It's in the rural district, even though I'm in the city ETA, I don't pay any city taxes. The fire department is gonna come to save, if my house is on fire, they're there to save the houses that are on either side of me, because they probably are not gonna save mine. I guess that's just the way it works lots of times. I mean, they can't get there in time to save my house, but they'll save the ones beside mine. That's just the way it is. You know, maybe that's enough. I'm sure people have comments about that, but that's just, it's the way it is.
Other thoughts from the board?
Mr. Chairman, just one comment. You know, I've heard, you know, that this particular venue could attract criminality, vandalism, trespassing, things like that. But I think back over the years, I was in law enforcement 40-some years, and wedding dances at VFWs, Moose Clubs, a lot of those places, I don't recall that we got hardly any police calls to these places because of problems that came from those particular venues. So I you know, if they're properly run, there shouldn't be a problem. Now from certain, like, liquor, I mean, beer joints, stuff that were down where you had bars in them, they were a different category, and sometimes you get troublemakers there. But when I look at this type of venue here, I don't recall, just to dispel that particular point anyway, that they attract criminality. I don't think they do.
So I guess, you know, we've had a lot of discussion about the venue and the cabins, and I mean, it's what's in our packet. We have to keep talking about it. It does go back to the 38 acres of commercial in this area. I think we have to have some discussion amongst the board. This is a standalone. Is this where we want commercial? Is this, you can't hear us, okay, sorry, can't hear me. So I said, you know, we've had a lot of discussion about the venue, the wedding venue, the cabins. Ultimately, this is a subdivision, it's a splitting of the land and a rezoning to commercial, and everybody's reiterated that. We can't ultimately control what does go here. So, not saying anything, just for discussion here, I think we need to think of both, right?
Mr. President, this is a tough thing for me. I'm drawn between I understand fully, you know, the want to have privacy, to want to have certain types of safety, the security of having, you know, country living, all those things that fit into this picture, and you go into there. And I think that's very important, you know, for people, and they bought these under that particular understanding, you know, that it probably maybe remain that way. And then, of course, on the other side of the fence, you have, you know, the right to be commercial, the right to have a profit-driven venue, or to have businesses and things like that, and where they should go. But these things to be in diametrically opposed situations depends on which side of the fence you want to look at and be on. So now I find it very difficult myself, and being judgmental for either side because of that delineation between people's needs and desires here and people's needs and desires here. It just doesn't come easy to me anyway.
So I guess I will echo one of the comments from the crowd. As somebody who, you know, grew up on a ranch, lives in the country, yeah, it is odd for it's kind of an inverted commercial site, because it's sort of only active when you're home, and I guess I just want to say that I can totally sympathize with that. And, you know, living out in the country, you really enjoy the solitude on a Friday night, Saturday night. So I think it was referenced, and I'll admit, yeah, this would be, I wouldn't be sleeping at night if there was a 40 cabin proposal on my property line. So being totally honest.
But Jesse, just to comment on your comment about the 40 cabins, I'm not saying I'm for or against one way or the other, but at least then the people are staying there and are not driving back to town. So that's less traffic for the people that would be staying there.
I mean, it's good. It's good for the venue. I mean,
Yes.
I can totally appreciate you.
Yeah.
Like, as a destination. Look, I totally understand. As Chad, as Keitel's property, anybody around that, 40 cabins on my property line, people partying post-wedding? No, I'm not excited about that. I'm not sitting up at night thankful that they're not driving back to Mandan. Maybe for my kids I would be, but I wouldn't like it. And yeah, I'd be really...
Well, I guess that's why I brought up at first, is that why did, I guess we're denying the person's property rights is what I'm concerned about. That he basically, with the feedlot there, he can't do anything with that property other than ag land if he wants to do another thing. And so I guess that's my major concern. Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
But ultimately, I'm still struggling with the fact that we're just zoning a commercial lot. That's basically what we're doing. So there's so many other things that could happen here that we have no control over.
Well, that's why I said, Maria,
Yeah,
that
do
we
we-
leave it ag and then it stays ag and it's a special use permit.
But I feel like if it's got to be a special use permit, it should go through a different process.
And I guess what I would add is I struggled with this one because I really don't think full commercial is great here, but that is the only zone that we allow overnight accommodation. I mean, I guess I would call this, we're trying to stretch our code. Our code is not that complicated, and I mean, we need more, we probably need more articulation in our zones, but I mean, something that would be nice to work on, but then we need to work on data centers and all the things that keep coming down the pike. So, pick your favorite thing you want to work on. I could definitely see, preference would have been rural commercial, which is commercial but much more limited in what you can put there, and then a special use permit for a wedding event, but then you've got your overnight accommodation. And I talked to the applicant, and there's a whole concern about your financing, your plan, and yes, he did say it's going to be 2 phases. You could do your rural commercial with special use permit for the event center, and then you could do a separate lot eventually for phase 2. But I think there was some, and I guess the applicant could speak to that, in terms of phasing and not wanting to have to split up phase 1, phase 2, 2 different applications. So I said, if you want to do it all in one fell swoop, if you want, overnight accommodation, commercial is the way to go, so that your whole project is approved altogether for both your phases, so that you can plan out, how you're financing this thing. The only way to do that is to zone it commercial. So there's a lot of ways to slice and dice it, and that was just what sounded like it made the most sense.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, go ahead, Jackie.
I guess the other 2 event places that we've
looked at,
yeah, this room is pretty full. When we had those 2, there was neighbors across the road, really close. There was livestock right close, and nobody showed up. I'm glad that you people are here to voice your concerns, but why all of a sudden is everybody against it? So where do we put it? That's my question.
In town, by your house.
Yeah, right. I agree, Jack. I mean, course, I'm just a board chairman. But, you know, I like to think that we have these meetings for a purpose. And yeah, those other ones, nobody showed up. And that's why, in my opinion, that's why we have this process. This one, everybody showed up 2 times. And honestly, usually you get people to show up 1 time. The second time is tough, and the third is harder. You know,
But they're very patient.
That's 9:30. And so, yeah, of course, I think it's important that we listen to the neighbors.
Yes.
And, you know, it's 9:30, and this is where people live. This is where they spend their lives. This is where they raise their families. And, I know, certainly there's community. And, you know, Steve, I guess I am going to say, you know, this is where these people live. It's their heart and soul. And you had the podium. They've expressed a lot of concerns, and you didn't make any effort to alleviate any of those. And to me, that's important. You know, we could have tried to walk back. Here are the measures we're going to take. Here's why those concerns are unfounded. And so I'm just going to say I'm disappointed that we didn't get any of that. We got grumpiness, and I get that this is stressful, but I'm disappointed in that. And yeah, it's just, like Dennis said, this is tough. These things are hard for us. Anything else? I guess finally I'll reiterate, you know, my same concerns as earlier. If this is going to move forward, I don't like the precedent that we're, you know, waiving stormwater. I feel like we're kind of lighter than usual on utilities, access. Abe, you mentioned kind of the 30 to 40. So with fire and, you know, what might actually be permissible. So to me, is this a final? Not to me. But
Well, Mr. Chair, I would agree with you because, I mean, the rigmarole that we put Honey Hills through, like
Maverick Estates.
Like how is this different?
The small butcher shop in St. Anthony had a stormwater plan,
Dakota's
right?
Butcher Shop in St. Anthony.
Sure. We were not reviewing a site plan though, Abe. We were reviewing a subdivision, a long form subdivision for that. Public hearings closed. But you had. Sure, but I guess, did we have stormwater? I believe we had easements for stormwater detention. There was discussion. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're talking about a different.
Yeah.
Sorry, I digress.
I guess what I would say the difference is when you're assessing empty lots, you have certain very clear assumptions you can make about how that stormwater runs off. And like when we do residential lots, we have no idea. I mean, I guess engineers have their assumptions about on a residential lot, you're probably going to have this size house, you're probably going to have this size shop, and it's pretty predictable. And we're, you know, it's like the contour of the land and then where that water is going to go, because you have to make assumptions about what size facilities are going to go on those lots. You know, we have the northern North Plains. I mean, there's a lot of unknowns. You know, it's not an empty lot. I mean, that makes it difficult. This, I think, the applicant, you know, I mean, everyone knows this is a difficult decision. You know, like I think residential lots, when you have a lot and you know what to expect from residential, and it's all in line and it's contiguous. And
well, that's where I'm a little confused because that's where I'm conflicted. Commercial, like we're also looking at a site plan layout, right? So it's kind of hard to pierce out like.
Sure, and I mean, I guess what he could have done is not provide any detail about what's going on it and just provide some assumption in a stormwater plan about what would be a typical commercial runoff.
You don't have to sell me on it. We always have required it, and I mean, at least according to code, we need a hardship for a waiver.
Sure.
Right, we agree that we've never done these waivers on this.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm saying the difference is the known structure. Usually we're just doing stormwater plans on lots as opposed to structures. That's all I'm saying. That's kind of the difference.
That's fair, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it. Subdivision's more typical.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, I was just saying that I think we need more information.
Anybody else have thoughts? Motions? Need a break? Yeah, put the air on, no doubt.
If there's no motion made, the head dies, and then further action.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, Andy.
there's information that's requested by the people with good engineering expertise on this board. There are 4 choices: approve, approve with conditions, deny, or send back to staff for further work. If it's about why decisions were made as they were, and as far as the fire, the water, I'm sorry, I'm being tired.
We all are getting.
It's not fires, the drainage.
Sure, stormwater?
Yes. There's also the regulation that the county commission wants to put projects like this as close to state-operated highways as possible to lessen the burden on the county taxpayer for moving snow and such, and we've been using that in residential. The half-mile, oh good, it's still up there. The half-mile from a feedlot. Now, that half-mile at times is argued that it goes from the fence line of the feedlot. So then, is it a half-mile from the southern border of the project or the northern border where the Berger homestead is? Or is it a half-mile from that next line down, which would basically be the northern border of where the actual feedlot is? But that half-mile just means the building can move until it is a half-mile from that fence line. There's also been the arguments on residentials with feedlots that where feedlots are such, kind of like Hawley Dairy, that it's a half-mile from the fence line of the actual, where the cattle or the animals are. So giving that, it might even move it a little bit further to the south. But then again, the developer then can move that building anywhere he wants to meet that half-mile setback, and that might affect his cabins. So if it's about the half-mile odor setback, need to study what is the half-mile. So the County Administrative Land Use Code, rural commercial as a secondary use on agricultural land. There's also, I'm reading all the various rules of an event center, where if this was zoned commercial, it's permitted by right. If it's zoned commercial residential, it's permitted by special use permit. But the county has been pretty strict that if it's right along a major state highway, these projects should be approved. Now, the other questions that have been brought up are valid. And if there want to be answers to those questions, then the motion would be to send back to planning and zoning staff to determine the half-mile odor setback and get that on a map, or to the developer to put that on the map, to get a letter from the county engineer on why he is granting the variance on a water project. And we continue this again, and it would be continued another month unless the developer shows reason that it needs to be a special meeting. And we've called special meetings to make sure that we fit the timeline of the developer, but also make sure that the rules are all followed. That's what I'm seeing based on the questions this panel has asked.
And can I just ask you one question?
Sure.
So I just want to make sure I'm following the half mile from the feedlot. Am I, like, as...
I pulled it up, I'm looking at it.
So isn't a half mile from the north tip of the feedlot the north end of this parcel?
So I guess I'm asking for clarification on what the half mile means, because that's for the siting of a new feedlot.
Okay.
That the feedlot, in Century Code, and we have almost no local review of feedlots. It's that you must be certain distances depending on size, type, of animal, a distance from public buildings, residences, stuff like that. It's not in the reverse. If you want to go to the nuisance, you can. You just can't place a feedlot closer than that if it's a new feedlot. You also can't limit expansion of an existing feedlot just to accommodate uses that have moved toward what is called the nuisance. So the half mile, I guess I would say, is in terms of going to the nuisance, more or less irrelevant unless we're just saying we don't want to encourage any type of new use that close to a feedlot. And then, like Jackie said, then you kind of condemn that lot to just be agricultural if you're not going to allow, other uses that close to a feedlot.
Mr. Chairman, I got the county rule is requirement within odor setbacks, and owner of property shall locate and establish a residence, business, church, school, public park, or zone for residential use so as to provide a separation distance from any existing animal feeding operation, a distance not less than the setback applicable to that operation. And if I remember right, it's about 1,000 head you could keep on that. So that makes it a half mile for cattle. And the only two choices are animals other than hogs and operations including hogs. So either one, it's a half mile. So where does the half mile start? And that's where always that argument then comes in. And people have moved houses to avoid the fence lines. So it's a county interpretation. Is it I'm sure that's north-south picture there.
Yes.
So it would be a decision. It might even have to have the state's attorney weigh in. And I'm just going by the line that's there, and let's say that's a fence, the one immediately south of your house.
No, it's a road.
The line right there that she's pointing to.
That's a property boundary.
Okay. So
I can answer your question. The half mile goes way past half of my feedlot. From that approach where they're gonna build that.
it's a half mile of the fence of the feedlot, not where, and he can then start moving the building on there to fit the half mile.
So if you go, I think, like, whether, it could be parcel, but if we just say it's the north tip of the feedlot, so we go to the north tip of the feedlot, we're about dead on a half mile to the north end of the subject property. So where the pink, or the red pink hatching meets yellow, that's a half mile from north end of Chad's feedlot. So if half mile applies, buildable space on this is roughly, it's roughly zero. It's the northwest corner. That's, I mean, just so we understand, there wouldn't be much moving of the building. Yeah.
But it was brought up, it was there, it's about where is the half mile, is there enough room to move the project to fit the half mile?
And Andy, that's that's Morton County Land Use Code.
Yeah, I got it open, I read it. I got it open right now.
Andy, which section is that? Like
Section 3-040.
So that's animal, that's an odor overlay district. It's an overlay district. And what exactly did it say?
The exact terminology is requirements within an odor setback. An owner of property shall locate and establish a residence, business, church, school, public park, or zone for residential use so as to provide a separation distance from any existing animal feeding operation, a distance not less than the setback applicable to that operation.
And what was before it? What number or what title?
Section 3-040.
But I mean, so what is the title of 3-040?
Owner setback table.
Table. Right. And then, yeah, I'll look it up. I'll look it up and read it.
It'll be, where does, and now those arguments have kind of gone, they've gone all over the place. Where, well, is it from the fence, but the feed lot is a half mile from the fence?
Well, that's what I'm saying, like
Yeah.
unquestionably, it has to be from the feedlot itself.
That argument has also been made, it's about from the feed lot itself. So do you put the middle of the feed lot and go out a half mile? Do you go to the northernmost fence?
But even if it's the northern tip of the feedlot, it's basically the whole parcel.
No,
Yeah.
That's what I'm reading in regulations.
It doesn't matter where it's at.
When you go a half mile, I'm on Frank.
You're on Frank's, 100%, that's what I'm saying, so it kinda, in this case, it doesn't really matter if we go parcel, north end of feedlot, it's all that. Yeah, 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 so from the north tip, it's to your parcel line.
No. If I go to the north tip, it's gonna hit your land.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's,
In between that venue, I'm sorry, between that's own agriculture, that's where you guys, so that venue
Yeah.
is on the middle of that property. You can't move it any farther.
Mr. Chairman, I have a
go ahead.
question. Chad, how many units do you have in your feedlot?
Well, that's right at 1,000.
1,000, okay.
and it's about what it's, if I remember right from all the other animal feedlots, it's about what it's permitted, not exactly how many animals you have in it.
I can actually have a few more because animal units are big cows and they can.
And cow-calf pairs. But eventually the calves get big and then they become a unit all in themselves.
Not really, because that's the north corner of the feedlot. That's a half
Other thing,
mile.
Mr. Chairman, there should be a buffer between hard egg and other residential. The only thing you can put in there would be commercial or industrial to take care of that buffer. But if somebody bought all of it and put it in a house, they can have it by right, but it's on them. If it's about turning that into a residential subdivision, that half mile is gonna come back again. So the only thing you have left then is commercial, rural commercial, or industrial. Or it stays empty.
Or conforming ag, right, which would be two 40-acre lots with residences, or, you know, roughly.
And that's just going by Morton County
Yeah.
rules.
Yeah,
But some of the other points you made were good points. But in order to get answers to those points, because I agree with you, this would have to be continued to another meeting.
right.
Or we're gonna be here at midnight.
Yeah, right, I mean, that's where, like, I mean, I think I don't think it's the right spot. I think there are a lot of concerns, issues for the venue, but at the very least, I think we need more information.
I'm okay with the location, but there's a feedlot. And there's an odor setback rule. And we have to address it.
Yeah. Agree.
So excuse me, Mr. Chairman, the odor setback has to be complied by with commercial as well? I'm just asking the question because I don't know.
It would be because it's about citing a business.
Okay.
And this has lodging, right, so if we're taking the use into consideration, I think
Yeah, true.
by just, even if it's not explicit, right, if we're.
And it's an existing animal feeding operation. A distance not less than the setback applicable to that operation. And even 1,001 up to 2,001 still is a half mile. It's when you put 2,001, then animal units, it increases then to 3/4 of a mile. And I know that that feedlot had closed and then you bought it and reopened it. There were some neighbors that were worried. And I remember those conversations, and the main conversation was Chad and Fred Berger run clean operations. If this was anybody else, we'd be opposed. But since it's Chad Berger, and we're not going to oppose it, we just don't want ever to see the site increased in size. I'm pretty sure that's getting to be pretty well landlocked. But it's a operating feedlot, and it's about existing feedlots in the rule.
I guess I have a hard time understanding how this, and we don't reference this that often in the code, when it says an owner of property. I guess I would take that to mean if the owner of the property upon which the feedlot is sitting is trying to develop something new, that they need to set it back that far. And I mean, you know, we can ask the state's attorney, because otherwise you are condemning everybody else's land around you.
But do we ever enforce that of the owner? I can't, like.
So in other words, let's say, and I don't want to pick on Chad, but I mean, let's say, you know, all his land there, he wants to do a residential subdivision on his own property that also has the feedlot on it. That owner should set back those residences, businesses, whatever, from that feedlot. I have a hard time understanding how, even in Century Code, because we copy, we pretty much, when it comes to animal feeding operations, we copy from Century Code. I don't know how you could do that when you're condemning someone else's property and say you can't put anything there. That seems like a taking.
I agree, but then
so I just don't know how that could be in here.
Do we ever limit the actual owner of the feedlot make them be a half mile from
So
the feedlot?
it even says, you know, the owner can locate their residence. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
The owner can locate the residence,
business,
but
within the setback.
It's owner of property.
Yeah,
I don't think that is just limited to the owner of the feedlot.
I think it would have to be an owner of any property around
any
it.
property.
But Chad can kind of do what
Although
he
then,
wants.
I suppose.
Pretty good salesman, but I don't think I could sell anybody a lot next to that deal.
Right. Yeah, no, for sure.
Pretty good salesman.
This we know. Yeah, I guess that seems strange to me. We haven't encountered this before, because that's a take, I mean, you basically condemned all your neighbor's property.
Mr. Chairman, I really think we need to get state's attorney's opinion on sections 3-040 odor setback table, subsection C, definition of the owner of property, because it can go both ways. My opinion, reading it, it can also go to the neighboring owner. One of the arguments that can also be made is, and we've had that discussion at this board and at county commission before, North Dakota is a freedom to farm state, and it's a constitutional right. And the feedlot is there first. And no different than the people griping now about KISS livestock. What you didn't, when you moved your house out, or moved your house, or built your house, you didn't see the big red building with KISS on the side. But that doesn't mean I'm opposed to this project based on its face, because you need some type of buffer between a more heavy industrial, I'm sorry, I'm tired, that wasn't the right word.
Yeah, heavy commercial, heavy
agricultural use. Heavier agricultural use from residential. If this was being zoned to industrial, I really wouldn't have a problem with it. If it was zoned to commercial, I don't have a problem with it. I really don't have a problem with it being zoned residential commercial, but I do vote the rules every single time without exception, and there is a rule that could cause a problem. And what you're saying about requiring some of those other things, your email, we need a copy. On the roads, if the county engineer, it's totally and completely his authority, I'm not questioning his judgment, but his reason for granting that needs to be in writing and part of this packet. And the other part that can throw a little something into it is we also got the rule which came with Maverick Estates, and got debated heavily. If it is next to a county, or excuse me, a state paved highway, it is the goal of the county commission to push development towards the state highways to lessen the expense on road maintenance. And so that also plays to this favor.
Mr. Chairman, I guess with that question that keeps coming up, is it our code that if it's within half a mile, that it is by default you can rezone agricultural to commercial, period? Or is there any?
Yeah, I guess now they
use.
I mean,
No, so in the long-range plan, we speak about it in terms of residential, that we don't automatically exclude
the 4
lands.
per quarter limit doesn't necessarily
Exactly.
apply.
So in other words, it's not proscriptive, it's just we don't automatically deny it. So if there's a location where we prioritize ag, such as this, you know,
Which
in
was
the
this
long
area,
range
right.
plan, it says ag because you only have, you know, let's say 600 units in 5 years that you're trying to fill for residential. Well, I mean, they could go many places, but we don't want to designate too much residential because then it can just go anywhere. Why have a plan? So we said, here are designated spots for residential, like on 1806. We'll have to fix that because we don't have any water up there. Well, we need a plan update, but so any other locations where it was designated to remain ag, but if it was within a half mile of a hard surface road, we said, you can consider it, the county can consider the proposal on its merits and not automatically say, nope, 4 per quarter, you can't do it. And I will have to look back at it because I'm going from memory, but I believe we talked about that in terms of residential. We didn't talk about it, we just, there are so few places in the long-range plan designated for commercial, designated for industrial, because we want to support, you know, a growing economy, but where, again, all of it would be red too, and then why do you even have a plan? So we have to make those decisions as they come up and evaluate, is it in the right location? But definitely, it's better to have it on a hard surface road, so like Commissioner Zachmeyer said, we're not hammering our county roads.
Does that help, Carter? Thanks, Natalie.
So, Mr. Chair, I want to just clarify though, so if Norman was to take this 80 acre, roughly 73, whatever number it is, parcel, split it in half into 2 agricultural lots, because they'd be over the 35 acres, could
Two
someone
buildable
still
lots.
build on both of those lots? I just want to clarify that for the record.
Right, and we wouldn't hold up a building permit. I mean, it's in our code, but again, I'm gonna have to research that because that doesn't, I don't.
But Natalie, that's also, like, that would be applying, these things come into play with development when you come through a subdivision, right?
Mhm.
So we would look at, but if, like, that has one building right now, right? Like, it's one
Two.
parcel.
Well, and an
Right, but
accessory.
I'm saying, without coming to us, it could be split in half. Has
And they
two.
could absolutely, you can divide, and it would be an exempt division. Anything above 35 acres that stays ag is exempt. They don't even have to come before the board. They could divide it in 2, and build 2 houses on each of those.
And we wouldn't even have to
And we wouldn't
see
even
it.
see it. We wouldn't review it, we wouldn't see it.
I just wanted to clarify that for the record.
Right, yeah.
Thanks, Maria.
That's why I'm confused by this in the code, and I don't use it that often, so I was surprised that it was in there. And I am assuming it's coming from Century Code somehow, and if that is truly in Century Code, I guess I would think landowners would probably have good grounds to, I don't know, sue someone for regulatory taking of their property because they can't do anything with it.
Well, you can do something, right, like, I mean,
I mean, it says home, business, church, school. I mean, what is there besides homes and businesses and ag?
Right.
You know what I mean? That seems strange.
Right.
Well, I mean, doing the circle, the
Yep.
northwest corner, but that's about it.
Yeah, northwest corner, right. Other than existing entitlements, like the two agricultural lots, like we talked
To
about.
farm.
Right? Yeah, well,
Yeah.
or build homes,
Yeah.
I'm saying, right.
Yeah,
I mean,
in limited numbers.
Yeah. Andy, did you have a motion?
Me?
I'm sure you do.
I'll have
I
to start
really
getting
don't,
pillows
because
out.
I was reading all that and trying to get caught up.
Or anybody else? Does anybody have a motion?
I was to say, I'll make a motion to send it back to staff for further information on all topics we've discussed.
What's she gonna
And-
do?
And to the state's attorney for ruling on the property owner.
Yep.
So I guess, to be clear, what is the ask of the state's attorney?
To look at, oh man, I don't think I have it open anymore.
So basically to say, is it the half mile, are we required to follow that, or are we allowed to locate a zone of business there or something regardless?
It's gonna take me forever to get it again. I'm sorry.
And if,
I
okay,
closed
and
it.
what I will say is, if we don't get a response from the state's attorney and timely for the next meeting, then,
I think we have to interpret code as best we can.
right.
Well,
So we're just saying,
Mr. Chairman, state law says that the state's attorney must give recommendations when requested by any county staff, school board members, city council, and has to do it without fee, and it can be timely. Thing about it is we're coming up on an election year, and Mr. Copy isn't running for re-election, but Mr. Chase Lingle is, and he works in that office. I don't think he'd want to start, because he's running unopposed, he's going to want to start his legal career by sitting on this, hoping it goes away. I shouldn't probably have said that out loud because I am president. But I don't think he's going to want to do that, and we're going to need that definition in there. And if and we need his interpretation or Mr. Copy's interpretation. And no, they cannot sit on it and talk about how busy they are. This is a timely matter to everybody that's involved in this project and to this board.
and I guess if they then,
I
yeah,
probably should drink another Mountain
we'll deal with it if they have to ask the Attorney General for an opinion, because it's state law that we copied, and I have a feeling that's where the question would need to go.
And if the state's attorney rules that it needs to go to the Attorney General for an opinion, that is within the state's
Right.
attorney's prerogative, and however long it takes to get that opinion, the matter then is on hold.
Yeah, no, I mean, my opinion, I think generally what Andy just said, if that's what we're asking for, this should come back to this board when we have that answer.
And if that's 8 months from now, then it will just come back then, or should, yeah.
No, right.
We'll deal with it when we
can't
get
be
there.
8 months. I'm just saying, like, I think, you know, I've mentioned, Maria's mentioned, we'd like more information, more detail on utilities. I really think we've always had stormwater management plans. I would like.
Would really like to see one.
Well, I mean, I really don't. Just from a precedent standpoint, I think,
Even if it was just a draft.
yeah.
So we don't need the full.
Well, we're
stormwater
at
plan?
final now. I think we need to follow our code, and our code says a demonstrated hardship for a waiver or a stormwater plan, and we have always had a stormwater plan. So I don't think we need to make exceptions, that's all I'm saying.
Okay, so we want to see a stormwater plan,
Or
a full stormwater plan.
Or the letter from the engineer on why he granted the variance.
Sure. A demonstrated hardship, right?
And the section is section 3-040.
Yep, I got it, thank you.
Okay, I found it again.
Thank you.
I'm ready to go to bed.
I pulled it up on, it's
We're not even done yet,
saved.
so Andy, you're not going to bed.
Okay, so those two things.
I second.
Or do we have more?
So Mike seconded.
Is there a second?
Mike
Yeah,
did.
Mike did.
Okay, motion and a second.
I guess I just want to
Any
clarify.
discussion? Yeah, so we're bringing back the odor clarification, stormwater,
And
additional detail on utilities. I mean, we've talked about a lot of things. Let's make sure I don't want to come next time and then say, hey, we want more on fire, or we want more on access. Like now's our opportunity. What do we all want to see?
Yeah, what do you want to
Yep.
see?
And that's pretty much what I'm thinking. Do we want any more on road study, any more on
Well,
turn
Andy
lanes?
mentioned that to have
have-
email
There's
submitted.
supposed to be an email, that's gonna have to be sufficient.
Yep.
Unless DOT wants to write you a formal letter.
Yeah, and it's okay.
And I mean, I did receive an email, and I even asked that question to DOT. I said, capacity creep is a real thing, not just for this venue, but for every venue. And they said, nope, we stand by our stance that this is not warranting a turn lane, when I asked that specific question.
So I think the thing that I would like to see with regards to the turn lane, Abe, and I guess you didn't do the traffic study, but whoever, is more information on how those event numbers were arrived at. So, 1 400 person event per month, whatever it was for 200, and then 100. I have to suspect that the results of that study hinged on that assumption. And so I'd like to better understand how subjective is that, and what enforcement mechanism is there if this is 400 people 3 nights a week? Does that make sense? And
But not everybody drives a car either. Not everybody drives a car going to this place. You might have 4 or 5 people in a car.
I'm just, if we can have a little bit more elaboration on how that was arrived at. I know that the question, those numbers, not tonight, those numbers of those events, those are subjective. Right, they're in the report, but
It's a traffic generation that's standard across the states.
yeah, I understand it. 1 400 person event per month, however many 200 person events per month. How were those arrived at? That's not part of the traffic study. That fed the traffic study. Yeah, but 12 of those a month would have. Okay, yeah.
The turn lane is based on one day of traffic minimum, not over the month.
Okay, so those are all different scenarios.
They used the worst case scenario and came up, and they actually said it would be warranted.
Okay.
In the traffic study.
I-
The state came back and said,
I thought that I read that this was because it's kind of only frequently used.
the state came back and said, since it's an event center, it's not gonna be every day. It's warranted, even though the traffic
Okay.
study recommended it.
Okay. All right.
Either way,
Yeah. So whatever.
let's move on.
Yeah. Let's move on.
Okay, so we got the SA determination, we got full stormwater plan or hardship. Where did the assumptions come from for the traffic study?
I don't
And
Yeah.
And-
If anybody thinks there's merit in anything with the traffic study.
Here's your traffic study and your ins and outs, and that would be by the day. If you have
Yeah.
a 400 person event, you
Yeah.
have 160 vehicles in, 160 out.
So
370 daily trips.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
so maybe you don't need those numbers, just the other two things.
It's up to you. I mean, I'm fine if we do want more clarification, but reading through here, that is where they came with those numbers.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I'd be satisfied with a copy of an email,
Yeah.
or if they can
If
get
the DOT's
to
okay
write a
with it,
letter.
that's fine.
I have a copy of that, I'll just put it in the
Yeah.
packet. Okay. Okay, so those 3 things. Okay,
And, Mr. Chairman, if all of a sudden there's a time crunch for some reason, and we may have to call special meetings to get it through, but we can't bypass regulations.
Agree, and I guess I'm going to throw caution a little bit to the, again, we don't, it's very rare that we would hold a special meeting. So if we're asking for more information,
I think the last one was Maverick Estates.
it was
where we had
Maverick
special
Estates,
meetings.
and that was because we had I don't want to say loopholes, it was a continuous loop in our own process that
Yeah.
didn't allow it to go forward. It was not the
yeah,
fault of the
there was
applicant.
an error in a motion and we couldn't get it through,
Well,
right?
because we had a tie.
We-
I think it's what happens
We were
when we have a
missing
tie.
information, so I'm only saying, like, we've all been here, so I want to throw a little caution that we don't get in the routine of because everybody's in a hurry,
Right.
right? So, but,
Call the question.
yeah, right, we have a motion and a second. Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
So, Mr. Chairman, our next item is the data center. It was requested online because there were so many people online who couldn't hear, who couldn't be here, that a decision not be made tonight on data centers. We can certainly have discussion. We can, if you want to go through things. But I guess I might suggest, since it was kind of botched technically, maybe move that.
I mean, I guess the only thing, I'll defer to the board. If there's somebody that sat here until 10 to comment on that item, yeah, I will sit here and listen to your comments.
But I guess
I'd rather we didn't go through it every bit, but in fairness to those people,
for sure.
let's definitely
Mr. Chairman, I guess, I'm not saying not to hear people.
Yeah.
What I'm saying
Sure.
is to not make
a
some
decision.
final
Okay.
decision is
Yeah.
all I'm saying.
I would feel bad about all the talking
Yes.
I did if we.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Chair, I just want to point out that regarding it, that we're not here to evaluate the good, bad, what in between. In other words, we don't want to hear arguments, well, this is good or bad about AI or data centers. We're here to simply get an ordinance put in place that has the right wording that allow for, when these things come in, they try to come in, that we have control and we can do it in a way that's to the beneficial for the community and yet allow, the appropriate processes for the data centers. We're not going to be up here to debate the goods and bads of them. We'll be here all night again. I don't want to do that because everybody has no opinion on those things. You can go on YouTube, you can pick them up, you can see all kinds of pros and cons. And a lot of us already know those. We want to be able to put together a good ordinance with input that helps with that ordinance, and I think that's where we want to be.
Yes, I agree. Thank you, Dennis.
Thanks, Dennis. So what do you just want to give like a high level overview, Natalie, and then?
Well, so what, I'm not gonna comb through it, I think, at this point, because we'll review it again. We can't disallow a certain use in Morton County. We can't make regulations that make it impossible for a developer to locate the use in the county. I'm sure you've heard of other counties. I got emails, letters, people saying, well, how come we can't just have a 3 or a 5 or a 10-mile setback for data centers? That would be best, because you couldn't even, if you had that setback, you couldn't even locate it in the county. We go ahead and get sued by an applicant potentially, and it goes to court, and the court says, correct, you can't have a 10-mile setback because it couldn't go anywhere in the county. So we have to create regulations that can shape and direct that development to appropriate locations. So that is what we were trying to come up with. We're trying to come up with reasonable regulations that both require applicants to mitigate the impacts of their development and also make standards that are attainable and realistic for them to meet and find that happy medium. So again, like Dennis said, we're not talking about are data centers good or bad, should we have them or not. Everybody's got their opinions. We have to make an ordinance that allows them to be here somewhere. We want to make those in a way that will help mitigate the impacts of that development. So what I did want to say, I want to update on DEQ just briefly. So we had a lot of questions about environmental concerns with data centers like any big rural industrial use. So we at the county the county doesn't roll out environmental regulations, EPA regulations that are federal. Those are left to the states for the most part to enforce. And so I spoke with DEQ staff from those that deal with underground storage tanks, wastewater discharge, air quality, and solid and hazardous waste to understand how they have permitted, say Ellendale, say the facility in Jamestown, okay, how have we permitted these, how has DEQ permitted those in the past? So underground storage tanks, whether it's your gas station, your industrial use, essentially EPA regulations are looking more so at liability after something might happen. So there is no permitting when you put, so there's no permitting ahead of time. Once you put a storage tank underground, you have to notify DEQ within 30 days, and you have to have insurance, the proper insurance, so that if something happens, if it leaks, that you have insurance that will cover environmental mitigation in the case that it does leak. And so that's essentially how DEQ deals with that, is more from a liability standpoint than we're trying to ensure that nothing happens. I mean, we hope nothing happens, but So that's how they permit underground storage tanks. Same for if it was a data center and you have diesel tanks underground, that's how they would permit those. So wastewater discharge, data centers use ethylene glycol, which is antifreeze basically, as their coolant. The state EPA does not consider ethylene glycol a hazardous material. So at Jamestown, for example, Ellendale didn't get discharge permits. The Jamestown facility did because they didn't have a closed loop system. And so the way DEQ permits this, the operator, which would be the data center, they have to collect outflows from whatever would discharge from that cooling system. So they collect it themselves. They have to send those samples to a certified lab for testing. And then, if these samples indicate that they're are below whatever the threshold is for allowable, whether it's chlorine, whatever the classified toxic chemicals would be, if you're below your threshold, you get to discharge into, the groundwater. So I was told by DEQ staff that although the Jamestown facility, they did take out a discharge permit and they are doing their reports as they need to, but they don't actually discharge anything. So they got the permit likely just in the event that they would have to have discharges, but they don't have any discharges, like wastewater discharges from that data center. And like they said, Ellendale didn't even get one because they have a closed loop system, so they're not discharging anything in terms of wastewater. So then in terms of air quality, the building itself, a data center, is not making any kind of emissions. Where you get your emissions from is from your backup power, so or power generation. Let's say data center is producing their own power, maybe they have natural gas turbines, or if they're getting it from, substations, so forth, for their backup diesel generators, those are producing emissions. And the way EPA regulations work, the framework for EPA, is that they're looking at emissions and predicted emissions for ongoing operations where those emissions are happening all the time. The regulatory framework is behind the 8 ball in terms of backup power generation. The current framework doesn't make you install any kind of mitigation equipment up front. The state, DEQ, they said that their approach, whether it's going to be the data center in Harwood, whether it's going to be the second phase of Ellendale, their approach is that they want the developer to install air monitoring systems so that in case they're having to run those backup generators, and they test them periodically. They're not running all the time, but they have to make sure they work, so they test them, whether it's weekly, and you can't test all the generators at once, or we have it in our regs that you can only test one at a time, because otherwise it's very noisy. And you test that, you monitor the air quality around that backup system, and if it were to get over some threshold, then DEQ would step in with some kind of mitigation requirement through the powers that they have. So I asked their staff, do you feel confident in that approach? And they said they felt like that regulatory framework will be adequate for data centers, even though it's true that backup power is not an area that EPA has a super strong regulatory framework for. Then in terms of solid hazardous waste, e-waste, so the data centers, up front, they're not throwing anything away. After batteries, electronic components reach the end of their useful life, and in most cases, what's considered hazardous is really just going to be batteries. They pointed out schools have battery waste that they have to, regular old school has battery waste that they need to get rid of. They have, so DEQ permits hazardous waste, battery waste haulers, so companies that can transport that waste from the collection point or to a certified disposal facility. We don't have certified disposal facilities in North Dakota. I didn't fact check this, but so said staff that I called it DEQ. So they have to get shipped to Montana, South Dakota, Minnesota to throw away batteries. So in all likelihood, a data center, once they start throwing away batteries, they have to register with DEQ to get a generator ID. So this is a site that generates battery waste or, you know, hazardous waste. And then they have to monitor, you know, so that they're only using certified transporters, and those certified transporters are only going to certified disposal sites. So, and I asked that staff as well that deals with hazardous waste, and they said whatever the data centers generate is going to be very much like existing facilities that generate similar waste, and the regulatory framework in their estimation is perfectly suited to deal with the handling of that waste. So I just wanted to make those comments so that we're understanding, and whether you think that's great, not great, in between, I'm trying to present an accurate picture of what the regulatory framework looks like for environmental that would relate to data centers. So that's the update just from DEQ. And then there were many letters, I guess what I want to reiterate, because there were a lot of letters concerned with noise. Our framework that's in this draft already that we had applied to direct air capture use is the applicant needs to measure the existing ambient noise level. So if I stop talking, we've got our ambient noise level in this room. You could measure it with measuring equipment. You know, so let's say that was 38 decibels when I wasn't talking. Okay, so we've measured it, and then I start talking, and then there's a difference. You know, maybe that difference, maybe we're at 45 decibels now. So an applicant would need to measure at their property boundary or at the site boundary what is the ambient noise level before you even apply. Before you even apply to get permission to have a data center. And our threshold for increase in decibels at a residence is 3 decibels above ambient, which is not even, you know, regular human hearing. You can't even notice the difference barely between 3 decibels. So our threshold is almost no increase above ambient. And if the developer can't reach that threshold, I mean, according to what we have in our code right now in this draft, then they wouldn't, if they can't mitigate to that level, they couldn't do their project. So people who are very concerned about noise, I want to make sure you understand our draft is already extraordinarily strict with this. So if we want to talk about infrasound, vibration, that's a different question, but I just want to say it is quite tight the way we have the sound written right now. And then, yeah, I guess that's all I'll say for now. We'll say more later.
Any questions for Natalie?
You talked about this ambient noise level. That was 5.5 miles away from the pipeline substation southeast of St. Anthony.
Oh, like the gas?
I can hear that.
Sure, and
How do they divide it?
we don't permit transmission facilities, so like electrical lines, gas lines, pipelines. The PSC, the Industrial Commission, can override local zoning determinations on transmission facilities, so we do not even have a permitting process for those. So that's probably why.
So, and with that, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. So anybody that would like to come up and speak, just please state your name. And I guess I'll try to limit people to 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Jesse Smith. Thanks for letting me speak to you tonight. I live 9 miles south of Mandan, excuse me, 5 miles north of where this proposed is going in. I'm not even sure where it's going in. I don't know whose land it's on, but I live on a ranch that's been in my family for 124 years. So I'm pretty big on longevity of things. I'm here to speak to you because I'm the president of the Little Heart School District. We have a Little Heart School in St. Anthony, North Dakota. It's probably going to be about 1 to 1.5 miles away from where this proposed data center has been going in. It's been there for about 100 years. In fact, the building we're in now, we moved into in 1960. It's going to be 100 years old in 28. What our concern is, and what the board's concern is the noise level. And it sounds like you guys are doing a good job of taking care of that. And we also are concerned about the vibration, because if this goes in, it's going to be probably pretty close to where our school's going to be at. Also, we're concerned about any pollution that's going to be emitted from this facility. We're going to have 5-year-old to 13-year-old children trying to be educated in this brick building, and they're going to be out running around on in the playground 9 months out of the year. One of the things that we're concerned about is, and I know you talk about setbacks, but if we could move this a little bit farther from where our school is, I think it'd be a lot better for what we're looking at here. Even if it was just another 1.5 miles, put it at 3 miles. They say that, noise from these can be traced up to 5 miles from the center. I can hear the racetrack at my farm in the summertime in Mandan. I can hear the train whistles 9 miles away. So I'm thinking that speaking with the board and the PTO and the parents that are concerned about this, is our main concern is the frequency hum and the some of the different studies that have been done, like the Environmental Health Project, the particulate matter along with nitrogen oxides can contribute to some respiratory illnesses, asthma, cardiovascular diseases, and these haven't been going on that long. They've been installing these. They're pretty recent, and there are some cases where in other states where they talk about cancers and things like that. Now, I'm not here just to knock these because we're big into technology. In our school, we use technology a lot. So it's not that I'm against technology. Our main concern is it's probably just a little bit too close to where our kids are going to be playing. So if you have any questions, I would certainly entertain them.
Any questions for Jesse?
Oh, yeah, here.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Hi, Bailey Grainer from South of Mandan as well. 2 questions I have then is to look into is, do we have any type of radiation setbacks? Because how much radiation are these AI centers exhibiting, and what kind of setbacks would we have for that? And then my other question is are we going to have appropriate setbacks so we're not condemning the land that's around it, just like what we just experienced with this last one, this last example, to making sure that doesn't happen too for those property owner rights of the people around them as well. So those 2 things could be looked into as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Bailey.
Chris Dietz again. Anyway, Natalie, right? Yes. I think you'd mentioned that ethanol glycol is not a hazardous.
I'm just going by what the EP staff.
I'm just going to suggest, right, that be sure to check that, because ethanol glycol is not hazardous until it becomes used. So my thought is, just so there's a prevention if there is a break in a system and it becomes a leak. So think about those things too in your planning process. Any questions there?
Any questions from the board? Thanks.
Hi guys, name is Kelly Fisher. We had a long night already here, but I'm here, so I might as well talk. I'm also I'm vice president of St. Anthony School. I got 2 kids in it and 2 coming. And just like Jesse said, the president, that we got concerns about vibration and all that for our school. We are nervous of this big structure coming to our area. There's a couple questions that I had that you have spoken of, is that they do decibel testing of the area. Do they do multiple tests, or they do it on, miles per hour, 40 miles per hour days, or 0 miles per hour? Or, that'd be a good question. If you could answer that for me, great. And then also, the aquifer that they're going to be digging these wells in, do you guys know which aquifer that might be? The name of that aquifer that they're going to be digging these wells into? Reason being is why I'm asking is if they're going to be pumping millions of gallons out of this water, my other concern would be not just for the school, but for all the ranchers and farmers in this area. I got no halt against anybody that's putting it on this land. I have nothing there. Everybody has their own personal rights, but what I'm just concerned for all the people in the area, that if you start sucking out all this water from this area and their water table's going down on their land, not raising crops, not getting the crop that they should be getting, so it's going to be affecting them too. Not even if they can't hear that noise, if they're out of that range, it's still going to suck their water out of the ground. I mean, I heard it multiple times tonight that we were talking about water problems. Well, if you're taking all that much water in a pretty quick amount of time that's been there for, 500 million years that I was doing some research on for North Dakota aquifers, you take all that out at once, that's quite a bit. So I'm just, that was just my concerns, and if you guys did your research on that and pretty strict on it, that's the way it is. Technology's coming. My kids are on computers all the time. I left one at home with a computer, and she was going on it better than I can. I know it's coming, but if you got to make it strict and try to get those setbacks. Even if we are a small community, we still need to have the private rights, personal rights, and all that too, to make sure everybody's protected in this deal. So, any questions for me?
Any questions for Kelly?
Okay, thank you guys.
Mr. Chairman, do you want me to answer questions or save them?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, maybe the one thing, just to clarify some aquifer-specific questions, just to
Yeah.
reiterate that we don't have any active
We have no permitting
application.
authority over water, whether it's
Or an active
aquifers.
application.
Oh, for sure. And, right, we don't even know any details about where anything is going. This is just the standards for the use. We're not actually reviewing an application. We don't have an application. We have a moratorium going on right now, where if they tried to apply, we wouldn't have to process it because we have a moratorium. So I guess what I would say is aquifer use, Blue Stream, creeks, the Missouri River, that permitting authority all lies with the Department of Water Resources and Sovereign Lands at the state level. We can't do any permitting to use aquifers here. So that's completely with another entity. And then as far as the testing for ambient, so our standard that's in the draft that's online, which was also used for carbon capture use, is over 27 hours. And we do say, if farm machinery is going, if there's an airplane that comes overhead that's like not typical to average ambient noise, you have to factor that out of your average. So.
Thanks, Natalie.
Mr. Chair, can I add to
Yeah.
the Department of Water Resources thing? So if you look at, it's bullet number 14 on page 3 of 12. On the bottom, we do ask for a letter from the state DWR stating whether or not the department will require any permitting for the proposed project. So just to clarify that.
Jared Ernst from St. Anthony again. We've talked with the water board and been pretty confident in what they've told us about that, so I'm not too concerned about that. We live pretty close to the proposed, or what everybody's talking about. When you do the ambient testing, it says the applicant. So do they have a third party that does it? I mean, because I can tell you my cow's manure doesn't stink, but everybody would know that I'm lying. So is that a third party deal, or is it the applicant themselves?
And I'm not faulting anybody. We all have busy lives, but these are available online to read before the meeting. All of this is in there. We're happy to interpret if people have questions. So they have to submit a plan about how a qualified contractor, so qualified contractor is what we call it, will establish the average ambient baseline. So they have to submit a plan to my office saying, here's where we're gonna put measuring device, or our contractor is gonna put measuring devices on the perimeter of their property. So essentially, we get a review of their strategy for how they're gonna measure that ambient baseline, so that if it looks bogus, we can say, give me a better plan before you even measure. Does that, okay.
Anybody else?
Come closer so you're right by the mic.
Hello, I'm Jonathan Morrow, and just in thinking about the whole situation, a lot of times companies will come in and want to build stuff, and however long that business may go, is however long it goes, but there's always something left. And so, like, if this building has a lot of stuff in it that's not good, to have something, or have you guys write something, or if they file bankruptcy, and then we have this huge problem on our hands that we have to take care of and clean up. So in writing and trying to come up with ideas, try to have something in place that safeguards our community, and maybe some form of deposit from the company.
I think we have a really good answer for this one, don't we?
Thank you.
Yeah, no, this is good, yeah. It's positive reinforcement for the work we've been doing.
Yeah, there's a whole section
Do you
R
wanna
on
just
page
give
10.
just a 10-second run through of?
So we have in the current draft, we tell the applicant there's a whole process for, they have to let us know if they're ever gonna go cease operations, and even if they don't let us know, after a year's time, and we can go in and reclaim the whole site, and they have to take out a bond for 150% of the engineer's estimate of how much it would cost to reclaim the whole site, so they have to bond.
And that bond is like at project onset, so
Right.
it's there if they,
Right.
But no, really, like, we've talked a lot about that, so to have somebody bring it up,
Yeah,
that's cool.
Right.
Yeah.
You're thinking in the right direction.
Holly Birch, rural Mandan. Again, like I said at the last meeting, you guys put a ton of effort into this and have done very well. Just looking at things now and continuing to do my research, and there are people that are willing to help you with that too. I mean, we're out here. A couple of things are, and it was discussed a little bit before, last meeting, Dennis Carlson said something about the transparency. And there's so many places where people are finding out about projects after the fact. And it would be really nice if the community in the area would know, have something, somewhat of an idea if something was coming beforehand. Couple of other things quick, and with the transparency thing, there's so many people that are required to sign non-disclosures that people aren't learning anything until it's just about dropped in their lap. You do have something about the water and the closed loop system. We talked about that before, and what's in there, and Natalie may have just answered part of this with the state water, but when you have a closed loop system, that heat has to go someplace. And what we're seeing in other parts of the country, there's a facility in Ohio that comes to mind. They outstripped their closed loop system and had to go back and start using water. And this was in Portage County, Ohio. And now they have problems with their water table, problems with their water quality, and problems with the level of their aquifer. And so we have something in there that states that it's a closed loop system. I understand that, I know how they work, but if that is not adequate, like I mentioned in the last meeting with the BSC, the fourth floor of the energy building, we don't have any safeguard in that about what could happen there. And I guess my other comment after listening to the wedding venue thing again is that we're already looking at traffic issues on Highway 6. You might really need to consider doing something that, because if we do end up with a facility down by St. Anthony, now you're going to have trucks. Listening to the radio show the other morning, a gentleman from Ellendale was saying he saw 150 trucks go by his business that morning. So we already have traffic problems. We don't have turning lanes, et cetera, on Highway 6. You've got a facility that, according to their own information, is going to be brought in, the buildings, et cetera, are going to be brought in prefab. They're not being built locally as far as construction. They're going to be assembled on site. So all of that has to be hauled in. If we've already got safety issues on Highway 6, that's something else that should probably be considered. And I guess if anybody else has any questions for me?
Questions for Ollie? Thank you.
You're welcome. Joey, the noise from the facility by St. Anthony, there's a big compressor there and there's a turbine. Okay, so there, and that's where your noise comes from.
No, and I understand that, but I mean, if there's a clause for one, is there gonna be a clause for another down the road? And I get it, we're out in the country, I understand that.
Do you have follow-ups, Natalie?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. So, the transparency, nice to know. I guess I would say with really big projects, they usually will come ahead of time and ask, what do we need to do to apply? You know, we don't have a notification requirement when that happens, but it is true that sometimes, I mean, technically, if somebody has a complete application, they can throw it at the department and then 21 days later, you know, we have a public hearing. So, but yes, very good point about transparency. Usually companies, it varies, but a lot of them do outreach ahead of time. And then as far as closed loop system, so this is one change from last month to note now that we're on that topic. So the issue was brought up, changes to the permit. The way it was worded in the last draft was, you know, zoning administrator, myself, makes a determination if it's a major change or a minor change. For sure, I always err on the side of caution, and if it's even remotely close to something that might be controversial, I bring it back to the Planning and Zoning Commission. But I changed the draft, and so the current draft says, any of the following would constitute a major change, and the applicant would have to reapply for a special use permit. So that would be increase in the number of structures, increase in the size of any structure beyond 5% of the total floor area they had originally permitted, expansion of the project boundary, and change to the means or method of energy generation, energy supply, and/or water supply. So, and we could add, or the failure of critical components or something, you know, because I mean, that'd be a pretty critical failure if your closed loop system doesn't work anymore. So we can certainly add that in, but I just wanted to make that note that that was a change from the last draft, that certain major changes would trigger them to just automatically have to reapply.
I like that one.
Right, yeah, and that's, again, that's a tough one, because yeah, I mean, I guess I don't, and especially they would have had to gauge that, especially if they're in a place where the aquifer, maybe there isn't an aquifer. I mean, and I guess that's why my thought would be, they would have had to do some research themselves in investing probably billions into a facility like, oh gosh, what if our closed loop system fails? You know, what's our recourse? I mean, yeah, it's a good point.
But they say they can recycle the water too, but it costs more to set it up.
So I just want you to hold comments, if you can bring them up to the mic, just so everybody can hear, and it is being, even though it's not online, it is being recorded, so.
My name is Doug Hilly. I'm a Morton County resident. My take might be a little bit different. As most of you know, I am rather big on personal property rights, and I'm not going to sit here and fight and say we don't want, we can't have, we shouldn't have, it shouldn't be here. If somebody's going to take a life-changing amount of money from an economic opportunity and they're ready to change their lives and move on, it's not my place to say you can't do that. It is my place to say that if you taking an opportunity harms your neighbors because their land is devalued or they can't use their property, that's something else. And I think that's something that has not been addressed. As much as I've complimented you on a fairly well-written, to this point, document, I believe that the issue of liability and the issue of transparency has not been addressed nearly as well as it should. Now, for those of you who have come up and talked about different things, spend an hour and pull up this online. When you read it online, most of your questions will be partially answered. Not 100%, but you will get a direction on where she is trying to go and trying to get the information to this board. I have one problem, as she mentioned, with the noise. And it's something I see repeatedly in the issue. We are depending on the applicant to run the test, to run which tests. I think that's wrong. To me, that's the fox watching the hen house. It doesn't work. Corporate America, and especially the AI industry, does not have a very good reputation when it comes to personal property rights and it comes to personal well-being. If they're forced to do something, they will do that. I really think we need to be looking at us choosing who's going to do the testing and having the applicant pay for it. They're going to pay for it if they do it or if we do it. After working with the Dakota Access Line and working with the North Plains Connector Line, that any testing that we had to do in either one of those was taken care of by a third party selected by the landowners group, paid for by the applicant. It is pretty standard in the pipeline and the power line industry. And that's one of the things that I was taught. I do believe we need to do that. The other thing I really, and now this is going to get out of the box, and I'm going to challenge you, all of you on the board, to think deep. I think we have 53 counties in this state that are doing the same damn thing. We're all trying to write a better ordinance than the next county. We want to do it right, we want to do it well. I think we need to get together and organize and hire a professional to do negotiating with the people who are going to apply. I don't know if any of you have signed agreements of non-disclosure, if the board has or anything. I guess at this point, I don't care, but if I find out later, I'll blow my stack. Okay? And most of you know that if I speak loudly, I'm heard. But I think we should consider gathering 2 or 3, 4 other counties, going out, sitting, and negotiating as a group. When I got involved with the Dakota Access Line, we had these landmen running around trying to do this, trying to do that, trying to do that. After we got the group started, all the landmen were changed and we had people who would work with us. The same thing with the North Plains power line. Once the attorney got involved, he didn't deal with the landmen. He didn't deal with the people who were gonna come out and talk to you. He dealt with their supervisors. And he got a whole hell of a lot more action. I think that by bringing in someone from the outside, I understand Mr. Coppy's gotta approve it. I understand it's not in your budget. I understand a lot of those things, okay? Budgets are guidelines. And, there's a couple of pretty good board members who are pretty creative about stealing from Peter to pay Paul if need be. My challenge to you is to find other counties who would cooperate and would work with you to work a master. Now, Oliver County will probably have some kinks different than Morton County. That's no different than with the power line that Aunt Sarah's grave is there. We can't have a power line going over Aunt Sarah. Okay? There's ways of making things flexible and everything, but having a master plan in place by more than one county would show that we have a pretty strong organization in the state. We have the governor that's pushing this. We have our national legislators that are pushing it, okay? My challenge to you is you can find a county or two that is willing to go in and throw in with you. I will bring an attorney up that will make a presentation to you on why we should negotiate as a group. I will pay for it myself. Any questions?
Any questions for Doug?
If I,
Yeah, go ahead.
the bones of this, Doug, it was a group effort. From the Association of Counties, the League of Cities, in North Dakota, and Natalie was with that group as well, that kind of did some of the groundwork that you're talking about. Not all, I'm not saying they did it all, but Natalie's done a lot of the work on here, but.
And I will compliment. I think we have the foundation. And I've read divide counties, and there are other counties that I've read parts of. And yes, we're on the right direction. I'm not much of a legal expert, but there's parts of this thing that I could sit on the other side and have a good time with. Okay? And what we want is we want somebody who comes in and sits down with us and says, here's your framework. And we say, this is what we want, and we have somebody sitting over there negotiating, and we come to grips in the middle. I believe it's possible. I've seen it happen twice, and I believe it can happen again. Now, it's thinking outside the box. We have something coming into this county that is outside the box. We have never had anything close to this size come in. In the state, do we need to go through what Ellendale's going through? Do we need to go through what Harlan's going through? Again, the industry nationwide has got a pretty crappy reputation. And, don't get me wrong, I'm not threatening you or anything like this, but, not saying we'll say, no, we're not going to have one in. Maine has just put it through their legislature. Other things have happened. I'm sure you guys have all read about what's happened in the Kansas City area, where 2 towns have changed city managers for bringing in AI plants when the popular people didn't want it, and they were replaced by over a 70% vote. I don't think we need to have that kind of upheaval in our county. There's a lot of people really upset with bringing one in. I don't think we need to see that. I'm not a wealthy man. Morton County has treated me well. I'm willing to bring an attorney in and pay for it if you guys are willing to get outside the box. Thank you.
Thanks, Doug.
Aaron Steckler, St. Anthony area resident, reading this on behalf of my family. Our thoughts on the data center issue weren't totally negative, but after the past month of research, we're struggling to find the positive. People say we need our cell phones, and it's good for technology to cure disease, which is all true. That it only takes a small share of data centers. The truth of the matter is big money and corporations are using this as a race for market share and profits at our expense. The U.S. presently has 4,000 plus data centers with 1,500 under construction for 2026. There are new data centers sitting empty, waiting for backorder chips and electrical generators which could take up to 4 years to get, and a lot can change in 4 years. According to Applied Digital's strategic growth and expansion plans for 2025, data center campuses to be built by 2031 will require 5 gigawatts of power. At the Northwest Landowners meeting in January, an official from Basin Electric was asked if they could supply that at the time, and he said, quote, "No," end quote. How does that work? Applied Digital has natural gas generators ordered, but it takes years to get them. Applied Digital also stated, quote, "So we have the pipeline in the future for ourselves," end quote. We can only assume this is a gas pipeline from Watford City. We have Oliver and Mercer County struggling with the same issues. The city of Wishick thought they were protected by the McIntosh County setback of 3 miles for data centers. Someone signed a purchase agreement within city limits, which caught residents off guard, and now they are fighting to get it reversed. Another example of data companies taking what they want. In the past few weeks, a number of farmers along Highway 6 between Mandan and St. Anthony have been approached by data companies to buy their land, and in some cases their whole farm, which adds up to thousands of acres. After talking to people in the east and north that have been dealing with this and hours of research, the data company's goal is to do what they want. It is to take away our land, our community, and our way of life, all in the name of money. The data companies in the state have a history of lying, no transparency, and secrecy. In any dealing with them, you have to sign a non-disclosure agreement. That puts up a lot of red flags. Our state and county officials are looking at the money. Everyone is chasing the golden goose. Pushback across the nation is rapidly increasing, which in our opinion is a real reason they are coming to North Dakota, as state officials have welcomed them. In closing, we know your job is to come up with an ordinance, but please don't treat the Morton County people with the same disrespect as the data center people have. As of now, we believe the ordinance is stacked more in favor of the data center than affected landowners. Please listen to the residents of Morton County and treat them with the respect and fairness that you would want to be treated with in writing this ordinance. Thank you.
Thanks, Aaron.
Hi, I'm Kayla Cordnoy, and I didn't get a chance to look over the draft because I just found out about this meeting earlier, and thought I should come see what it was all about. I do have a question. So I have lived other places before, and people always think North Dakota has nothing to offer and we're not a beautiful state, and I beg to disagree. I think we have a truly beautiful state, and it's very unique in what's beautiful about it. I'm concerned about the fact that data centers take up a lot of land, and I don't want to look out my back door and only see data centers because I can see for almost 20 miles. Is there anything going to be put in there saying there's a cap on how many in our county, how many within a certain distance in our county? Things like this that could also affect everyone here too, because if we do want to sell, because I don't want to look at a data center all day, is anyone going to buy my property? So just some more things to maybe think about, because I don't know, I think to me that's a big deal, kind of like wind turbines. You look out your back window and that's all you see for miles. Do we want to see just data centers? Do we want to take away what's beautiful to our state? Thank you.
Thanks, Kayla. Would
Anybody else like to speak? Do second to last call for the hearing. Third and final call. And, yeah, go ahead. Just about. I almost got there.
Lanny Kenner, about the closed loop systems, ethylene glycol does break down from heat eventually, and it's poisonous. Don't want to let a dog or cat drink it, or you won't have that dog or cat anymore. And you guys done a good job on like decommissioning, setting up bonds. So I want to commend you on that. But yeah, closed loop systems aren't the whole answer. As we've heard, they can break down, completely lose their closed loop system, then dip into the aquifers. That's about it. I'm ready to go home.
Thank you. Okay, one more call for the hearing. And I'll close it. So
every time we have a hearing, I just feel like there's so many overlaps in all of our rural industrial land uses, and I would so like to just take a pause and rewrite the code, for rural industrial uses in general, because so much of this repeats, on uses. Like, especially too, at the last meeting, the point was brought up to standardize, I mean, the example was construction noise, and I think that has differences depending on where you are and the nature of the geography where you are and stuff like that. But a lot of these other things would apply to just about any land use. I know Dawn couldn't be here, and she had emailed me and pointed out, in our solar ordinance, we have restrictions on how much prime ag land that solar panels can take up, and suggested that we add that to this ordinance for data centers. And if we're going to require one use, I can't say it's not a good idea to require that for all those rural industrial land uses, eating up.
This conference will now be recorded.
At 11 o'clock.
So I think, so on the draft that I think I gave you, added that back in, that 5% cap on, basically a data center couldn't be on a piece of land that has more than 5% prime ag land as a point of discussion. So I think, I don't know, I feel like there's more work to do on this. The infrasound to vibration, I had talked to a consultant who does that, and somebody out east who does that for a living, and it's like you can't really model that. And again, you run into the same issue where manufacturers of equipment have varying degrees of adequate or accurate specs. So it's like, okay, how do you model this? And your inputs, garbage in, garbage out. If it's good specs and you know how to model it, then you come out with probably good results. But, to more so have a countywide standard for vibration, which we don't have. And in order to arrive at that and not be arbitrary, you really do have to have someone who understands how to evaluate what is a reasonable threshold. And I don't think that's a wrong thing to ask for, and not just data centers, but all rural industrial land uses that are coming at us all at once. You know what I'm saying? So, and I'm not going to argue with Doug. Having professionals, engineers or whatever, who understand acoustics, who understand vibration and so forth, I would very much welcome some sort of professional intervention, for those parts of the code that are more technical. So, I think there's plenty of work left to do on this, but of course we're measuring. I'm not the county commission. I can't speak to, what their expectation is. I know we've been sitting on this for a while.
Not being a county commissioner, and admittedly not wanting to continue to hear this every month, I will say it seems like something that's kind of changing rapidly, nationally or worldwide, right? we're getting more and more interest from the community on it. I think there are some things we could work through. Probably makes sense to keep refining it a bit.
Yeah, and I didn't know if maybe, we did have a committee for DAC. I don't know if and I don't mean months of work, but just maybe, I don't know, maybe have a subcommittee to just refine this beyond what we have, possibly.
And if we're going to go the route of a subcommittee, would it make sense for that subcommittee to explore some of these other ideas that Doug brought up about potentially having a third-party legal review?
Well, and I think
like
when Doug brought that up, to my way of thinking, that's exactly why the Association of Counties exists, is to coordinate things like that. It's been a need, and I guess frankly, the statewide initiative to come up with a model ordinance, it was a bare bones, rushed effort, and in my estimation, I will go on the record saying that, it's not a plug-and-play ordinance. It is not, it's not complete. So, that was an effort, and that felt very much pushed by data center interests. So, I think that's a very good idea, to talk to Association of Counties. Maybe there's so many counties who are having, clearly many counties who are at the same time dealing with this, trying to put ordinances together. It would make sense, if they have resources, or that counties can even just share, cost share on a consultant, maybe for the more technical parts. I don't think that's a bad idea. It's just that would take coordination and time, of course.
It sounds like a lot of coordination.
A lot of coordination, yeah, and a lot of time. And that's what I'm saying. I'm saying there's plenty to work on here, so that it's not my call. The timing is not my call. The timing is, county commission's call. So I almost wonder if we should have a discussion, not say, here's the draft we're using, but bring to county commission some of these ideas about how detailed do we want to get, what parts of this do we really want to look at, or do we want to put a subcommittee together, or do we want to try to coordinate with other counties, maybe.
Jackie?
The only thing, back to your comment, Jesse, is that this is all changing so rapidly that we can't find or get everything in our ordinance. I guess I don't believe we can, because it's like technology is, it's growing so fast, and we don't know what everything is. And you're talking about the infrasound.
You could just call it vibration.
Yeah, the vibration. Some people will say, no, it's not a big deal, then the other people say that it is a big deal. So you have pro and con to both, and so it's hard we're not going to find, I guess I don't believe that we're going to get a perfect ordinance. That's what I'm trying to say. You're just not.
One thing that weighs on my mind with it, I completely agree. I know there's a ton of things we can add to this and can work on forever. If we hold this out too long, at what point does the state step in and say, you know what, the Public Service Commission is going to regulate these just like they do major other things, and then it falls out of our hands. That's I'm all for taking the time to get it right. I'm all for, but do keep in mind, when there is agendas at higher levels than at the county or wherever, sometimes the state steps in, just like the Northern Border Pipeline and the pump station. If we drag our feet too long and don't get something in place, that's my fear, is that pretty soon the governor and the Public Service Commission comes in and says, this is a huge benefit to our state. We don't care what the county says, they're going to happen.
Yeah, and I guess I would say I was surprised last legislative session, the PSC did want to regulate data centers, and that had so much opposition. That bill had tons of opposition, and it didn't go through. It turned into a legislative study.
Right.
So
which means in 2027, it's going to come back.
For sure. Yeah, and I would say we definitely, we have some time, but good point, but I'd say probably not before next legislative session.
Exactly, and that's, don't get me wrong, the state government's there for a reason, but there's a lot more lobbyists and a lot more money flowing up there than there is at the county level.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, I think see if you agree, Dwayne, I think if we're actively working on refining and bettering, and we actually
Yeah.
think we can
Yep.
better this.
Yep.
But
Absolutely.
if we just stall.
Sure. If we're not
Then,
doing
yeah.
anything, of course.
Yep.
Yeah, and I guess I would say, the whole infrasound conversation, it feels amorphous when you call it that, but then if you look at it, and when I talked to the consultant, it's kind of like, brought to my attention, it's like, well, yeah, it's vibration, like any industrial effect, and, there are standards, for vibration, even, road construction, there's whole charts and tables, about what that impact is and what's acceptable, and I feel like that could be potentially a pretty simple conversation, or a simple thing to find out, but I don't have the technical background to know, okay, here's whatever level, and I don't mean even data centers in particular, just countywide for industrial uses, like here's your threshold for what you can't exceed, in the same way we know what a decibel is, and have an idea now, having had that in the ordinance, maybe there's a one for vibration, and it could be, and again, I'm not technical enough to know, maybe their sites, data center sites, maybe they're so big, those sites are so big that that's actually not gonna even travel off-site. I don't have any data to know. It'd be nice if people were measuring existing data centers, and maybe that exists. I'm only one person. I'm juggling many balls.
I guess with the vibration thing, we've heard it with the wind towers, we heard it with the carbon air capture. Knowing what I know, which isn't a whole lot, is every time you change soil, you put an electric motor on a piece of cement and it vibrates like heck. You set it on the dirt, it doesn't.
Right, exactly.
It's still vibrating, it's just transferring into the dirt. And if you did measurements, it's gonna be probably higher than if you did it in the concrete. So how, just look at the different soil types from western Morton County to eastern Morton County, and what does a study like that gonna really entail, just based on where?
Yeah, and I guess I don't even mean what it's producing, but the way we would measure any impact, which is at the property boundary,
Right.
like, just that you're not exceeding some level at a property
Yep.
boundary.
Yep.
Yeah, and I feel like that could probably be a pretty easy number to come up with, potentially. We just don't know what that number is, and like I say, countywide as opposed to just data centers.
I think a subcommittee would be a really good idea. Because then, I think it'll save some of this,
Yeah, I think so too.
So were you thinking the subcommittee concept should come from commission?
I think, so. I mean, I guess from planning and zoning standpoint, if you feel like we're turning our wheels and that there's a lot more to look at, maybe, I guess, when I think of a subcommittee, I'm hoping we can get technical experts to be on that subcommittee, but it's like, I don't know who to ask. I feel like the purpose of it would be to have technical, people on that committee, and again, I don't know who to ask, or to bring it to commission and say, okay, here's these certain specific things, can we hire someone with this expertise to just fill in these missing pieces? I realize that's a lot.
Andy and Jackie have to spend all the money now to fix our system.
Do we want to be able to record meetings, or do we want to pay a consultant to write code?
Mr. Chairman, the county commission, the budget's set, they're not gonna authorize hiring to meet with other counties is a good idea. But state law is clear, you cannot hire an attorney without the permission of the state's attorney. And, so even if the counties got together and said, we're gonna meet with, an attorney that specializes in this type of group, project, or to help represent landowners or the counties, we couldn't meet with that state's attorney, or with that attorney without the permission of the state's attorney. And then even if you're meeting with them, the state's attorney better be in the room. And in every county that's there, that state's attorney probably needs to be in the room. Not that it isn't a good idea, it just could be a little bit difficult to do. The computer crashed, we don't have that So this public hearing needs to be continued to the next meeting. And I mean continued, not tabled. Because if it's tabled, then it's the first item on the agenda, and we'll have a whole room here for 4 hours and for some guy that just wants to put in an approach. So we have to continue the public hearing at least till the next meeting. This board, I do believe, has the authority to form a subcommittee. You can think about that for the next meeting. But we can't continue the moratorium forever. Sooner or later, it's either we come up with a ordinance to the best of our ability, or you're going to have somebody higher than us step in. And if there's a data center out there that says that we're dragging on the moratorium for no legitimate purpose and challenges it in court, it isn't going to do any good for a judge to say the moratorium is over and whatever rules you currently have authored is what you have to go with. And then Commissioner Doug Goering at a meeting about carbon capture said if you don't want projects, don't sell your land and don't sign leases. And he's right. If the organization has enough leases or has enough land purchases or a combination thereof, they now have property rights no different than anybody else. And for them to ask for a project is within their rights to do so. It's such a thin line between property owners and property rights. Then the question is who's got more? The one that owns the land, that wants to do an otherwise lawful project, or the neighbors who are opposed? And even to this day, the wind turbines and the other projects we have approved, people say that's going to devalue our property. Not a single one of them has come to the tax equalization meeting or filed an abatement and brought forth evidence that suddenly their property values were developed. In fact, it's the other way around. Some of them then come and say, why did my property values go up? But there was a wind turbines that were added to your area. And then the other part that causes me concern, if we get too strict, Mandan Refinery could never be built in Morton County. Wind turbines couldn't come, ethanol plant couldn't come. We're going to kill every single development, and then eventually people are going to say, what kind of opportunity are you creating for our children because they all want to leave? When I first ran, it was about why was the ethanol plant built in Richardson and not Hebron? Why didn't Morton County try to get it, and now it's in Stark County? Well, now we have an ethanol plant being planned in Glen Allen, and eventually somebody's going to come and say that's too close to Glen Allen High School. Because right now, what they're looking at, and it's so preliminary, is the land by Northern Border Pipeline and the abrasives plant. Industrial uses, it would be a continuation of what's already there. Plus, it's along a paved road.
Next to the railroad.
And next to the railroad. And then it's going to be, well, it's ag, it's about producing corn, but you know, someone's going to complain it's going to stink, it's going to have steam, it's too high up in the air. It's affecting my property rights. It's a fine line between them all. It's too close to a school. Well, where did new Mandan High School get built? Right across the road from the refinery. It's right out their front yard. Set a 3 to 5 mile setback on an industrial project. Take the Mandan Refinery, draw a 3 to 5 mile circle around it, and you're going to start hitting Horizon Middle School in Bismarck. I was at another planning and zoning meeting on the other side of the river. It was for a totally different thing. I just happened to be in the room, so I listened. People were upset about a cement batching plant being too close to a school and being too close to a town. It happened in Lincoln. They're going to put a cement batching plant there. We can't have that. Well, where's Lafarge in Bismarck? And how close is Lafarge to Jeanette Myrie School? That's a cement batching plant right in the middle of Bismarck. So the things, I get it, understand it, appreciate it. But there's also dangers.
Mandan Refinery pays about $2.5 million in property taxes to the county. If all of a sudden some EPA thing, or there's a change in Congress, all of a sudden there's some rule or law passed that the Mandan Refinery has to close. Federal government comes in and says, you cannot have it there, it's too close to the Missouri River, and that's the drinking water for Bismarck, Mandan, and it can pollute the drinking water from here to St. Louis. No more refinery, you gotta close. You gotta tear it up and go. Can't be there. That's a $2.5 million hit to the county, not to mention all the jobs we're gonna lose. And that $2.5 million is going to have to be absorbed, because that $2.5 million isn't just a free $2.5 million that the county commission all of a sudden gets to spend. That's $2.5 million buying down the rest of your property taxes. So this project coming in, or supposedly coming in, and we all know the rumor is it's supposed to be in St. Anthony. It's all rumor. There has been no formal application to the county, but we all have telephones, we all know the rumor. At a certain point, how many property taxes will that generate to buy down everybody else's? And you got to have fair rules, because if you don't have fair rules, they won't withstand the court challenge. And eventually, you're going to kill every other business coming into the county, especially if it's industrial. And sooner or later, like it was back in the 1980s, all the kids are leaving because there's nothing here for them. So there is a danger. That's why I always say you got to vote the rules, you got to vote them fairly, you got to be out in the open, and you got to do it every single time without exception. Because sooner or later, if you start doing the rules or using variances to surpass them, somebody's property rights are definitely going to be in the trouble. And then eventually it's going to be to the county commission or the city commissions to try to fix the variance because it shouldn't have been granted in the first place. That's what I see from sitting here. So we have to continue this. We have to come up with a good, fair rule. And one that we are at least 51% is going to survive a court challenge. Otherwise it doesn't pay. And banning them is not going to survive a court challenge. North Dakota Supreme Court said that about feedlots, and it was a pig feedlot. They Ramsey County made such strict restrictions. This was what, back in the late 80s? Because they said it's going to pollute Devil's Lake, because everything drains to Devil's Lake. But they put in such strict rules that basically killed any type of feedlot to be built there ever again, no matter what. So what did Ramsey County argue? But we got rules. But it went to the North Dakota Supreme Court, and they said those rules were so strict and so arbitrary, they are unenforceable, and they made Ramsey County redo it. Those are the things I think about on these. Because every time they bring up, well, this is too close to a school, you got to look 3 miles out, virtually every elementary school in Mandan can all of a sudden be banned. And I know, Captain, we visited. I know it was, tell me it ain't true, that it eventually, Lewis and Clark is within that.
Across this country.
I get it.
That are putting buffer zones in anywhere from 1.5 miles to 4 miles around schools. And not just on this, on other industrial projects also.
We also got to make sure it helps.
And it will help, that's the thing. You do not want these kids exposed to this because it is not tried and true. We do not know what the ramifications are of these. We know what the ramifications are of the refinery. We don't know what the ramifications are of the data center.
It's all going to be lumped into one. At least that's my opinion.
And like I told you earlier, okay, I want to make fireworks and bombs.
Okay.
Outside of Mandan. It's industrial.
As long as it's an industrial zone, and there's going to be setbacks. Believe me, been through that with fireworks. Believe me, been through it.
So then you have setbacks.
So anyway, we have got to continue this, continue the meeting to the next, hearing to the next meeting.
Andy, we just need to play it fair, right?
I'm being fair all the time.
Okay. Sorry.
We need a motion.
Yeah, I think he had a motion. Was that a motion?
Is that a
Andy?
motion?
I did, I made a motion, that this is
Someone got a second?
continued to the
Motion
next
and a second.
meeting.
Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, pursuant to North Dakota Century Code 440420, I will go ahead and open public hearing, and note that I did not get any comment cards.
I did not.
All right. First call for the hearing. Second call for the hearing. Third and final call. That's all right. Okay, I opened the public hearing pursuant to North Dakota Century Code 440420. First call for the hearing. Second call for the hearing. We have to, so members of the public can submit now it's taking longer, Chad. They can submit comment cards. How does it go, Nellie?
So basically, it allows anybody, if there wasn't a public hearing, or if there's an item that was on the last meeting's agenda that you want to talk about, that you didn't get to talk about at this meeting, you have an opportunity to bring your comments and talk about it at this meeting.
It's new from the last session.
Meeting and this meeting.
Right.
Yeah.
Although, at this meeting, there were opportunities for every item for someone to speak.
But that's what the code.
Yeah.
New out of the last legislative session, right?
Yes.
So, third and final call.
What you just talked about?
What's that?
Can I just talk a little?
Nope.
No.
No, you can't.
I thought you said from today or.
No, you had that chance tonight.
You had
It would have
that
to, and you would have had to submit a card before the meeting, so, yeah, it's tricky. All right, I'll close the hearing. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
We're adjourned.